Chapter 541. 100 Gold Kills, Skill Point +1. A message appeared in the internal star map, which made Jiang Xiao slightly stunned. Have I already achieved 100 gold kills? Why is it only 100 kills? Jiang Xiao didn't know if he was being delusional, but he felt that he had already killed many gold-quality creatures. Apart from the others, when he upgraded Belle's imprint and Dawn Nostalgia, he had killed at least 20 golden lava ghouls and golden savage witches, right? Besides, Jiang Xiao had also raised a group of golden ghouls and witches in the Scourge Ruins. Although there were less than 10 of them left after they killed each other during the National League, I killed plenty of gold-quality generals, didn't I? Did I get hallucinations from killing brass and silver-quality white ghouls? Buzz, Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and landed on the cliff in a flash. At this time, there were no more crows around him. In the sky not far away, the crows that flew out of the portal that was shrouded in heavy rain wailed in fear and scattered in all directions. They did not care about Jiang Xiao, who was on the top of the mountain. Jiang Xiao took out his mobile phone and answered the call. Huh. On the other end of the line, second-last hoarse voice could be heard. Rain. Although he had Platinum Bell to support him, Jiang Xiao was still in a bad mood. Hence, he answered calmly, "Okay." Jiang Xiao then hung up the phone and stopped the heavy rain. When Jiang Xiao activated the star technique Sorrowful Tears, one's vitality would be burned as long as one stepped on the wet ground, even if they were not directly drenched by the rain. When Jiang Xiao gave up on the heavy rain, the star power rain that flowed on the ground became pure rainwater. In fact, Jiang Xiao had always felt that this star technique had many uses. For example, planting crops. The farmer should hate drought, right? Jiang Xiao did have the potential to be a dragon king. Of course, the premise was that the farmers who were working in the fields had to be chased home when the rain was summoned. Otherwise, it would be fun. Sexy Jiang Xiao Rain Online. No remuneration, just 2 bags of the most authentic northeastern rice. Yes, you're right. There's no need for machinery, no need to draw water, low cost, and high return. The only side effect is that the mood of the grain probably won't be very good. But it didn't matter. Food had to be eaten anyway. He just didn't know if people would cry while eating this food nourished by the rain of tears at this time. It was time to show off. Take a picture and screenshot of the people who were eating and crying at the same time, and then post a sentence. Who knows that every grain of food on the plate is hard? It was definitely educational. To be able to eat to the point of crying. This was the true feeling of gratitude. Phew! Jiang Xiao, who had been mischievous for a while, felt much better. The rain gradually stopped. Screech! A figure covered in frost flew into the night sky and circled around the entrance of the holy ground. The piercingly cold wind blew away a flock of black crows. Then a fire tornado appeared out of thin air and completely lit up the pitch-black night sky. Jiang Xiao looked up and saw the goddess of lava that had completely torn the holy ground apart. Every time Second Last used the star technique Lava Dance, her body and clothes would turn into lava with the help of star power. It would be a terrifying sight of pitch-black, cracked skin, and bright red lava flowing around it. The two of them were clearly well-coordinated. Under Jiang Xiao's gaze, Second Last descended from the sky and landed firmly on the back of the Pegasus. The white Pegasus neighed again and flew down while being covered in frost. Behind the two of them, the holy ground space door trembled violently. In the end, it could no longer maintain a stable state and disappeared completely. Second Last is so cool, Jiang Xiao smirked, lowered his head, and smashed the head of a giant crow before pulling out a pitch-black star bead from within. Shadow Crow Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Illusory Crow. Summon a large number of illusory crows to cause interference to the enemy. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 2. Chaotic Crow. Inject star power into the illusory crow to extend the duration of the illusory crow and make it explode. Gold Quality, Upgradable. 3. Shadow Crow. Transform into a crow. Ingenious Camouflage. The size of the illusion is directly related to the star power in the user's body. Gold Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Of course not. Jiang Shao was already in the galaxy stage, and his last star slot had become usable. However, Jiang Shao wouldn't use his last star slot on such star beads and star techniques. However, come to think of it, the name of the creature of other dimensions actually overlaps with the name of its star technique. That's new. So, is the star technique the main body? Fog, nay, the white Pegasus spread its wings, and the surroundings were covered in frost. It was like a gorgeous dream that barged into Jiang Zhao's world. The horse's hooves stepped gently on the boulder, and its white mane cascaded down. It lowered its large head and gently rubbed against Jiang Zhao's mask. Clearly, it recognized his attire. Or perhaps it was not just looking with its eyes. Perhaps it had also smelled Jiang Zhao's scent. Jiang Shao rubbed Xiao Zhao's head and felt that there was something different. After all, it was nighttime, and Xiao Xiao was huge. When Jiang Shao stood up, he realized that Xiao Xiao had grown taller again. Initially, the distance between its head and the ground was about 6 meters, while the distance between its shoulders and the ground was about 6 meters. Now, the tall horse had probably grown to about 4 meters. The change in height was still acceptable, but did not just grow taller. Instead, its body had also become much larger. It was originally a massive creature, but now, it was even more intimidating. Bai Shan Shuyu was 6 meters tall on average when he was an adult. Of course, there were some who were strong and muscular. Jiang Shao looked at Xiao Xiao in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He said softly, "It's been hard on you. How long has it been since we last met? It's already growing in size." Xiao Xiao was imprisoned in the ruins of Calamity. When he was a supervisor, he reckoned that he probably didn't get enough nutrition. Jiang Shao felt a little guilty. On the horse, Second Last looked at Jiang Shao quietly and asked, "Galaxy?" Jiang Shao shrugged. It was self-evident. Then, he frowned and looked to the left. A flock of black crows appeared out of nowhere, flapping their wings and darting towards them. "Partners, shadow crows," Second Last said, all of a sudden. Behind a mask, Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly, only to see that there were black star beads in the crows' beaks. Jiang Shao also discovered the difference. Compared to the group of black crows that had been fighting just now, the crows didn't make any annoying sounds. He stretched out his hands, and the crows circled around him before spitting the star beads in their beaks into Jiang Zhao's hands. Soon, Jiang Shao had a large handful of black star beads in his hands. There were more than 30 of them. After that, the crows that were flying around Jiang Shao turned into star power and finally gathered on one of the black crows. A young man then appeared in front of Jiang Shao. The young man seemed to be 28 or 29 years old and was about 188 centimeters tall. He had short hair, bright eyes, and looked rather handsome. There was also a Tang sword hanging diagonally on his waist. The black and gold scabbard and handle looked rather cool. "Xiao Yi," the handsome young man said as he stretched his hand out. Instead of reporting his code name, he simply said his name. Clearly, Jiang Zhao's actions just now had gained a recognition and respect of his teammates. After Jiang Shao put the star beads into his pocket, his thoughts lingered on the other party's name. Supper? What's the difference between that and supper? Jiang Shao shook her hand and said, "Hello, I'm having afternoon tea." Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. Second Last said coldly, "Naughty." Jiang Shao smiled, but unfortunately, his expression was hidden behind a mask. After thinking about it for a while, he said, "Jiang Shao." Xiaoyi's astonished expression eased a little. He also realized that behind this strange circle mask, there was a clown hiding behind it. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Zhao's way of communicating was far different from the black and white mime he had just now. Hence, Xiaoyi was indeed at a loss for what to do. Xiaoyi smiled and felt that such a teammate was easy to get along with. If there was another person like Second Last, it would be tough. "Hello, new teammate." A slightly rough voice sounded and Jiang Shao turned around to see a hill moving towards him. This physique. His profession was almost written on his bulging chest muscles. Shield warrior. So, this isn't a conventional combat team without rules awakened, but a configuration of 2 agility battalions and 1 shield warrior? With the addition of his medical support, especially after Jiang Shao could freely use the space-time rift, the team's mobility was definitely superb. Tengu, Zhang Wenqing. He was a strong and burly man with a scholarly name. He grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand with his rough hand and squeezed it so hard that it hurt. Second last said, "Let's go back to the warehouse." She then got off the horse and patted Xiao Xiao's head gently, causing it to shatter and turn into starlight that surged into her body. Under the lead of Zhang Wenqing, the four of them went down the mountain and returned to the dark green military vehicle. Is this the domestic Dongfeng warrior? Isn't this too cool? When Jiang Shao was in China, he had been in military vehicles several times, and the tofu in front of him was much more majestic than the ones he had seen before. On the slightly muddy mountain road, Jiang Shao and Second Last sat in the back seat while their bodies swayed left and right along with the vehicle. Second Last asked, "When did you advance to the Galaxy River Realm?" Jiang Shao answered, "This morning." Second Last was speechless. Xiao Yi, who was in the passenger seat, turned around and asked in bewilderment, "You're only in the Galaxy River Realm?" Jiang Shao closed his eyes silently and sighed. He initially thought that his situation would be better after advancing to the Galaxy River Realm. But what's wrong with the Galaxy River Realm? Can't the Galaxy River satisfy you? Who are you looking down on? Look again. I'll heal you. Chapter 542. I've written a lot of words in this chapter, and I'm reminded of the time when I wrote The Evolution of Devouring. I miss it a little. I hope you guys like it. May 5th, Conkind Republic. In a dilapidated warehouse at the foot of the mountain range in the southeast of the country, Tengu Zhang Wenqing crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the door of the warehouse, peeking his head out from time to time. Shadow Crow Xiao Yu was seated on a dilapidated chair with his feet on the metal table in front of him, looking extremely lazy. The only thing he lacked was a cigarette in his mouth. Opposite the table was Jiang Shao, who was looking around. Second Last walked towards Jiang Shao with a document in her hand and threw it on the metal table in front of him. Mission objective. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and sat on the dilapidated chair before flipping open the folder. On the first page, Jiang Shao saw a mixed-race person who seemed to be a combination of Chinese and Western. It was a middle-aged woman with fair skin, a high-nosed bridge, deep-set eyes, and long brown hair. She was also wearing a brown headscarf. As a whole, this frozen image looked like a beautiful sculpture. The only thing that was rather glaring was the slight smirk on her face, which seemed to be conveying her attitude to the photographer. "Ha!" Shadow Crow lit up a cigarette in the end, but to Second Last and Tengu, who had an extremely sensitive sense of smell, the smell of the cigarette was extremely pungent. Shadow Crow said, "Conkind, born in 1977, 40 years old. Her original name was Guna Tudamets, and she was born and raised in a family of 5 in Conkind. In 1983, her parents and siblings died in the war, and the 6-year-old Guna was adopted by the villagers. In 1990, Conkind declared independence, and Guna's adoptive parents died in the same year. Guna went missing. According to some information, this female criminal was a genius. She didn't awaken at the age of 16. Instead, she activated her star map at the age of 13. Jiang Shao asked in surprise, 13 years old? Activated automatically? The Shadow Crow snorted and continued. In 2012, Guna changed her name and called herself Conkind. She founded the Dark Hall, and the name of the organization was based on the name of the dimensional space unique to this country. The organization then recruited members and claimed that the female leader, Conkind, was the only savior, the chosen one, blah, blah, blah. The Shadow Crow waved his hand in boredom. He was very disdainful of these titles. In short, only by following her will people have a future. Second Last continued, since 12 years ago, her organization hasn't been active. They're very disciplined and rather secretive. There hasn't been any violent incidents. Until, phew. The Shadow Crow exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, until now. Shadow Crow pointed at the ceiling. Through the broken ceiling, one could see the pitch-black sky. Ashen Night Mountain is nothing to us. However, for the Dark Hall, it is a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Rumors were flying everywhere, and panic was running rampant. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Most importantly, when we helped this country clear out the dimensional space of Mount Tragic Night, we discovered that the sky was still dark, and the dimensional spaces of the Dark Hall were constantly appearing. The Shadow Crow smirked and said in disdain, "The dark red sky and the circling crows are very much in line with the theories of the Western demons. So, this is another good opportunity to create panic. There are rumors that this is the last warning from God. If we don't follow the great leader Conkind and believe in the female leader, the end of the world will come." Blah, 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 blah. Jiang Xiao had a strange expression and asked, "What is the goal of their organization? To create a new world?" "Something like that. She intends to build a pure country of star warriors," the Heavenly Hound said at the door. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. "What did you say?" The Heavenly Hound looked helpless and repeated, "She wants to build a new regime, a pure country of star warriors. From the leaders to the civilians, everyone will be star warriors." Jiang Xiao asked in bewilderment, "What about the ordinary people?" Second Last asked, "What do you think?" The Shadow Crow smirked and said, "During the national crisis, not only did she not lead the members of the organization to destroy the dimensional space, but she even tried her best to protect the existence of the Dark Hall dimensional space and slaughtered civilians everywhere." Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before saying, "Where is she? I think we should go and meet her." The Shadow Crow leaned back and rested his head on his arm. He said, "She's like a loach, rolling in the mud with the members of her organization. We've already met her twice. She's very good at escaping." Jiang Xiao flipped to the last page and saw a bunch of star techniques that started with the word mud. There were also some star techniques of the Crow series. He frowned and said, "She also has the platinum quality ice roar. Unfortunately, this is a female criminal in the Starfall stage," the Shadow Crow said. "She took advantage of the natural disaster to do evil things." Second Last walked towards Jiang Xiao and leaned against the metal table. She looked down at Jiang Xiao and said, "Conclusion." Stunned for a moment, Jiang Xiao looked up at Second Last and asked, "What conclusion?" Second Last said, "What information can you get from this?" "Anything useful." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "I'm not a detective," Second Last said. "I've seen your reasoning and analytical abilities on many occasions, and the results are very impressive." Jiang Xiao asked, "For example?" Second Last said, which was rare for her, "For example, when you first entered the world of the Awakened, you were able to quickly analyze the role and responsibilities of the Guardians of the Night in the Snowfield prison as a naive newbie. For example, you know very well why I'm so insistent on you joining the team. Another example is that you already know what happened to my team. You've never seen the person who left, but you already know the cause and effect. You even try to start a new life with Little High. Another example is..." Second Last paused slightly and continued softly. "When you absorbed the first and second star techniques, Han Jiangshu asked you to use less of the second star technique. At the next moment, you managed to analyze her emotional journey." "Huh? You and little Jiangshu?" Jiang Xiao exclaimed in shock. Second Last said, "I understand you and do my best. You're a member of my team. Second Last, I can fight and command. If you're looking for a detective, you've really found the wrong person." Jiang Xiao put the documents aside and continued, "I'm a soldier. I can kill enemies and heal my teammates. I'll carry out the mission given to me. I'm not a police officer, and I don't have the ability to find clues and chase the murderer. You should leave it to the professionals." Second Last said, "The mission of the Guardians of the Night is to ensure the stability of the Conchind Republic. The main task is to close the dimensional spaces that are blooming everywhere. The local army, police, as well as the Mountain Crusher Army, Wasteland Reclaimers, and Mountain Crushers are all doing that. This female criminal named Conchind has been protecting the Dark Hall's dimensional space right under our noses. She has been continuously assassinating the soldiers who are going to destroy the Holy Ground, recruiting members, and slaughtering civilians. The higher-ups have given orders to a few special teams to target our team. They are to destroy the Dark Hall's holy ground, and at the same time, hunt down Congjin. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and looked up at Second Last. Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "You're right. You're a soldier, and you can just carry out the mission. So, this is the mission I'm giving you now. Understand her, analyze her, and find her." Second Last displayed her domineering side, and seemed to have forgotten that the person behind the mask was Jiang Shao. Instead, she treated him like an ordinary soldier. She pointed at the black brick walkie-talkie on the metal table and said, "Before it rings, before we receive the news and rush to the next holy ground, you'd better say something." Shadow Crow pointed at the blackboard behind him and said, "The triangular mark on the map is the location where she appears every time. The time is also marked on it. It might be of some help to you." Jiang Shao smirked and pondered for a while before asking, "Tell me the real reason why you asked me to come here." "You can't possibly ask me to come here because of my half-baked analysis skills." Second Last leaned over and pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "Many people have died. Her thoughts are very clear. The priority for assassination will always be the medical awakened Star Warriors. If the medical awakened collapses, all of them will collapse." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Damn it, thank you so much. That's the greatest affirmation of my abilities." Second Last tilted her head and gestured to the walkie-talkie on the metal table. "It might ring at any time." Jiang Shao took a deep breath and picked up the information again. "An unfortunate childhood. Huh?" Shadow Crow sneered in disdain. "Hee." Jiang Shao glanced at Shadow Crow thoughtfully and lowered his head after a while. He flipped through the information and said, "When she was 6 years old, her biological parents and siblings died in the war. When she was 13 years old, her adoptive parents died and she went missing." "How did her adoptive parents die?" The Heavenly Hound said, "I'm not sure. No one knows." Jiang Shao frowned and guessed. "Her adoptive parents shouldn't be Star Warriors? Her biological parents aren't Star Warriors either?" Shadow Crow said, "Star Warriors used to be awakened. There's a reason why they're called awakened." The Heavenly Hound looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "Why do you say that?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "Her organization only recruits people with awakened bloodlines." The Heavenly Hound frowned slightly and said, "That doesn't seem to be a reason. She wants to build a powerful organization, so of course, she only recruits Star Warriors." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "However, she has extreme hatred for civilians. Even though the situation is so critical, and she urgently needs to accept all the forces that can be used, she still ensures that the organization is pure and doesn't recruit any ordinary people. She wants to build a new regime with just a small number of Star Warriors? I don't believe she's retarded to be able to make such a big deal out of it. Extreme racism." The Heavenly Hound's eyes lit up, and it suddenly said, "Since there's nothing wrong with her IQ, there must be something wrong with her psyche. Perhaps it's because she witnessed the incompetence of her ordinary parents and awakened her star map at the age of 13. She witnessed her own abilities. Then, her adoptive parents died too. Regardless of whether her adoptive parents were killed by her or someone else, she witnessed the incompetence of ordinary people." The Heavenly Hound seemed to have figured something out and continued. "Her first family was broken. Her second family was broken. Hence, she hates ordinary people because her 2 sets of parents are just ordinary people who can't protect her or protect her family." Slightly stunned, Jiang Shao thought about the Heavenly Hound's words and nodded with certainty. He then looked at Second Last and said, "In the eyes of young children, parents are always lofty and lofty. Hence, when their hopes are shattered, the psychological gap will be even greater. You're very lofty in my eyes." Second Last was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I don't even think she wants to build a new regime. She can build an evil team by recruiting members like this, but building a regime? He." Shadow Crow frowned and nodded secretly. The Heavenly Hound also frowned and analyzed. "In that case, she's no longer an iron-blooded general, but a lunatic who's stirring up trouble for her own selfish desires. When she looks at ordinary people, she'll be reminded of her incompetent parents. To her, ordinary people might be malignant tumors that need to be removed immediately. Perhaps she wants to prevent ordinary couples from having children and going through the same experience as her. Jiang Shao looked at the heavenly hound in bewilderment and thought, isn't this burly man rather impressive? Second last turned around and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently. Look, you're able to analyze a lot, but you just don't want to think about it. At least, you've given your teammates new ideas. Childhood trauma, painful experiences, blah 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 blah. Shadow Crow said while waving his hands in boredom. What's the use of that? We want to arrest her and kill her, not dig up her traumatic stories. Jiang Shao nodded in agreement. After remaining silent for a while, he asked, where's her hometown? Hometown, Second Last said as she turned to look at Shadow Crow. Shadow Crow said, Cien Village. What's wrong? Jiang Shao asked excitedly. Is the village still around? Shadow Crow nodded and said, yes. Jiang Shao frowned and thought hard. According to the malignant tumor theory that the Heavenly Hound mentioned, ordinary people are the malignant tumors of this world. In that case, her hometown should be the malignant tumor of her life, which represents her weakness and helplessness. She started building it in 2012. Why hasn't she removed it yet? Shadow Crow said with certainty, the village is still intact, but it has been invaded by creatures of other dimensions before. However, the military and police arrived in time, so the village is still there. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and looked at Second Last. Why does it still exist? Second Last asked why. Jiang Shao turned to look at the Heavenly Hound and asked, yeah, why? It doesn't make sense. The Heavenly Hound fell into deep thought too, and the warehouse fell silent. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao silently and suddenly smirked. You'll find out why it exists if you set it on fire. Shadow Crow's eyes lit up, and he stood up abruptly. No matter what she's thinking, she must be guarding that place. If something happens to the village, she'll definitely appear. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said with uncertainty, I think so. We analyzed it together. Don't blame me if I'm wrong. Second Last pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's head and rubbed it forcefully. University life is a waste of your time. You've always had such talents. You could have done more. Jiang Shao smirked and thought, you're just optimistic about me. The Heavenly Hound's analysis is the main point. I followed his train of thought. Indeed, what's best is what's best. Chapter 543. At night, in Cien Village. Two slender figures were moving forward in the dilapidated village. Jiang Shao was only tall and straight like a normal person when he was next to the Shadow Crow. Be it the Tengu or Second Last, Jiang Shao will become a little kid. Shadow Crow looked around the quiet village. It had been a long time since the sun had appeared in the Kongjian Republic, and it was always dark at night. In addition, the entire territory was too dangerous, so most of the villagers here were sent to shelters for protection. Therefore, this village was basically a ghost village. Puff, puff, puff. The Shadow Crow beside Jiang Shao suddenly turned into a flock of black crows that scattered in all directions. Jiang Shao was dressed in black camouflage with a giant sword on his back and a bucket of gasoline in his hand. He heard Second Last words through the invisible earpiece. Due to the abilities of the other party, only 3 of our special teams are participating in this operation. I just received news that they're ready. Jiang Shao pressed a hand behind his ear and said, you can't trust anyone other than our people? The Heavenly Hound's voice came from the earpiece. Kongjin's Dark Hall organization has a huge network, and it's very complicated. We can't take the risk. No one knows if there will be traitors among the local Star Warriors guards. I just heard from the local town guard radio that they've just been on a mission. If nothing goes wrong, it'll be difficult for them to rush to the scene. This is our chance. Of course, even if they don't have a mission, they won't bother to come to this empty village unless there are signs that the holy ground is here. Jiang Shao said, I still think we should gather the Guardians of the Night to surround and kill them. It's a good time to lure them out. Puff, puff, puff. A flock of crows flapped their wings and flew back to Jiang Zhao's side before gathering. Trust me, the more people there are, the more arrogant that bitch will be. Human tactics are useless against this kind of warlock god. It will only increase the number of casualties. Regular soldiers shouldn't participate in such a high-level pursuit. Shadow Crow then tilted his head to the left. Following Shadow Crow's guidance, Jiang Shao asked while walking, "Did you choose your codename after coming here?" Shadow Crow asked, "What?" Jiang Shao said, "Your codename is exactly the same as the name of the creatures of other dimensions here." Shadow Crow nodded and said, "My codename was just a number. Captain Second Last trusted me, so I came here." "Just numbers?" Jiang Shao thought of the crisis in the snowfield and the temporary teammates he met in the mountains around the holy ground. They were all numbered according to the numbers. So, Xiao Yi, the Shadow Crow, was a guardian of a night who was chosen by Second Last before becoming a light chaser. The Shadow Crow turned around and said with a smile, "You've deduced a lot of things in your little brain, haven't you?" Jiang Shao shrugged. "This kid has just advanced to a light chaser, yet he's already treating the Guardians of the Night as ordinary soldiers." Since Shadow Crow could get Second Last approval and join the team, Jiang Shao believed in his quality. Hence, Shadow Crow should be far more powerful than ordinary Guardians of the Night. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao stopped following the Shadow Crow. In front of him was a dilapidated wooden house. Even though the entire village was dilapidated, this house was considered one of the most dilapidated houses, the home of Kong Kajin's adoptive parents. Jiang Shao asked. The Shadow Crow humphed and said, "The ruins." Jiang Shao looked around and said, "It's far away from the village. That's a good location. Where's her biological parents' home?" The Shadow Crow strode forward and kicked the door open. He then waved his head and said, "We still have to walk forward. I'll burn it later." Jiang Shao smirked and said, "You're a warrior. Don't worry. I've just checked. There's no one inside." Jiang Shao strode in while the Shadow Crow held onto the Tang sword that was hanging diagonally in front of his waist. All of a sudden, he swung the sword upwards and quickly retracted it. His movements were so fast that Jiang Shao almost didn't see it clearly. A pitch-black flame darted out like a dark willow, the wisp that was used as a chandelier and hung right above the living room. The star technique was very interesting. It was very similar to the dark flames in the capital, but it was an illumination star technique. Besides, it was a black flame that emitted a rather dim light, making the old wooden house seem like a creepy haunted house. Shuf, Jiang Shao whistled and poured the gasoline can into the house while striding into the house. The Shadow Crow had a peculiar expression on his face because the whistle sounded rather familiar. It seemed to be the whistle of a perverted murderer in a movie. The Shadow Crow asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Shao stopped whistling, but he didn't stop moving. In the house, the Shadow Crow said, "There's background music to liven up the atmosphere." The Shadow Crow was speechless. Next, the whistling sounded again. The Shadow Crow grinned and looked around while smelling the strong smell of gasoline. He then swiped his finger across the broken glass window and looked outside. Although the wooden house did not have a second floor, the first floor was large enough for the living room, kitchen, bedroom, storage room. Jiang Shao was stepping on the halo of nostalgia, and the scale of dawn continued to rotate, turning bright gold and illuminating the surroundings. In a house that was covered in dust and collapsed tables and chairs, Jiang Shao stepped into a bedroom and stopped in his tracks. The scale of dawn under his feet quickly disappeared, leaving only the halo of nostalgia. Jiang Shao saw another halo of nostalgia at the end of the tattered bed in the bedroom. "There's someone here. You're scaring me to death. I'm supposed to be a shining figure under the spotlight. Why did I have to come to the haunted house to explore? Did I really encounter a ghost?" Jiang Shao was shocked. Under the bright gold halo, Jiang Shao saw a pair of frightened eyes. It was a boy about 16 or 17 years old with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and thick hair. His face was filled with horror. The boy crawled back and asked, asterisk and %yen hashtag. Jiang Shao blinked. "English? Who are you? What are you doing?" The boy's body trembled as he asked softly. Jiang Shao found it difficult to understand his unorthodox Russian. "All right, Russian. Jiang Shao continued to carry the barrel of gasoline and sprinkled it as he walked. He replied in Russian, "I hate the great demon queen. I heard that this is her home. I want to burn it down." The boy clenched his fists and slowly turned from fear to anger. "You can't do this." Jiang Shao walked around the bedroom and poured the gasoline on the boy's head. The boy was speechless. Jiang Shao shrugged. "She killed civilians, disrupted the country, and made everyone restless. She's a heinous criminal." The boy's words became more intense as he shouted. "She brought us hope and allowed us to escape from the chaos of war. She gave us food to eat and clothes to wear. Let us build a new order, a new country. No one will bully us anymore. No one." Jiang Shao seemed to have learned the Shadow Crow's language and waved his hand in boredom. "Blah, blah, blah." The boy stood up and shouted, "You'll pay the price. This is the holy land of the people of Kongkind. One day, people will come here to look at the statue of Kongkind and our savior. You're not allowed to defile this place." Jiang Shao retreated to the door and smiled. "So, you're no longer the same as those lowly people after you awaken your star map, right? You're finally qualified to follow Leader Kongkind. You've forgotten the days when you were treated like pigs and dogs a year ago." The boy's face was flushed, and he was extremely furious. "You," Jiang Shao suddenly asked, "are your parents star warriors?" The boy's breathing paused slightly. Behind the mask, Jiang Shao pursed his lips and asked, "Where are they? Are they still alive?" The boy said, "They're stupid. They don't understand this great cause. Only in the ruins can a stronger country be built. A brand new country." Jiang Shao nodded and said in Mandarin, "Break and build, defeat and succeed." The boy asked, "What?" "I've gone off topic." Jiang Shao smiled apologetically and said, "How about this? Since you're so devout, you can live forever in the flames with your holy land. Your bones and house will turn into ruins and become nutrients to nourish the establishment of a brand new and powerful country. Don't move. You're not devout if you move." The boy's body trembled violently in anger, and Jiang Shao felt that he would suddenly foam at the mouth and faint. Jiang Shao then left the bedroom and walked towards the living room. In the bedroom, the boy's infuriated face became a little twisted, and he clenched his fists tightly while his body trembled. All of a sudden, his body turned into a pool of mud and disappeared. Shadow Crow, who was standing by the window, turned around when he heard the footsteps. "Everything's normal. Let's go." Jiang Shao glanced at Shadow Crow thoughtfully. Without a doubt, Shadow Crow had a perception-type star technique. Shadow Crow had searched the house, and it was impossible for him not to have found anyone. Besides, he was standing in the living room, and it was impossible for him not to hear the boy's yells. So, barrier star techniques? He might even have star techniques like illusion, camouflage, summoning, and doppelganger. In any case, he was a good informant. Jiang Shao didn't believe that the great Lady Kongqin would hide there alone and have nothing to do. The entire country was trying to destroy the organization that she had established. She was probably extremely busy. Of course, if it was Kongqin's star technique, the effect would be better. However, the other party did not attack at all. Jiang Shao didn't think that he was Kongqin's clone. She probably can't stand it, right? Jiang Shao looked at Shadow Crow and nodded. "Everything's normal. Let's go." The two of them strode out and stood in front of the wooden house under the night sky. Shadow Crow asked, "You're here?" Jiang Shao said, "I didn't bring any fire." Shadow Crow was speechless. "Huff!" Shadow Crow unsheathed his Tang sword, and black flames flew out, instantly igniting the house. As the fire spread, the black flames also turned into normal red flames. Puff, puff, puff! The Shadow Crows turned into countless pitch-black crows and scattered in all directions. Jiang Shao carried the giant sword on his back and raised his head to look at the burning house in front of him. Behind the mask, his dark eyes reflected the rising flames. "Kongqin, stop fooling around outside. Your house is on fire." Chapter 544. In the deep underground cave, there were torches burning on the walls, and the flickering light of the fire spread all the way to the depths of the cave. The tunnels that extended in all directions finally converged in a huge hall with torches on the walls. Nearly 100 men and women were kneeling on the cold ground with devout expressions. In front of them, a woman with long brown hair and brown eyes stood on the stone platform with a calm expression. She said, "We don't need anyone's help. We can control our own destiny." Yes, yes, that's right, that's right. Nearly 100 people shouted loudly. They were agitated, and their faces were flushed. It was a stark contrast to the calm woman on the steps. The woman's voice was calm, but penetrating. "Some people are still blinded. It's been almost 30 years. Has there been any improvement in our lives?" "No, that group of bastards." Another wave of agitation rose from the crowd. The woman pressed her palm down slightly, and the noisy hall instantly became silent. "They can't see the future of this country clearly. We all have ordinary relatives, our families, and our children. However, they can't protect themselves. The incompetent security forces can't protect our families. Our families, all ordinary people, will be pierced by the golden red poisonous worms and corroded by the venom. Living in this world, they were tormented in pain. Their corpses will be exposed to the wilderness, bitten by the red walkers, and pecked by the crows. This is God's punishment for this ignorant country. It's also the last warning to us." There were faint sounds of sobbing in the crowd below. It was not hard to imagine that most of the Star Warriors present had lost their relatives. Apart from the sobbing, there were also angry and distorted faces. The woman said softly, "People think that we're killing our companions, but only we know that this is a sinful world filled with hunger, famine, and beasts. To ordinary people in this world, there's only endless pain and torture. We can't bear to see such people continue to suffer, so we help them and let them go to a better place. We are not the ones who kill them, but this cruel world." The woman's voice gradually became louder. "Remember, the relatives and friends that we have redeemed are looking at us from heaven. Their deaths will give us a new life. The pain will become a source of strength in our bodies, and they will accompany us." Suddenly, a man bowed and went up to the woman. He whispered something into her ear. The woman managed her expression well, but her pupils contracted violently. A few seconds later, the woman said in a soft voice, "Dark Hall's third team, do what they should do." The man lowered his head and retreated. The woman turned around and looked at the faces below. There were sadness, grief, anger, fanaticism, all kinds of faces. She gave up on her previous speech and only said one word, "Dark Hall." For a moment, the oppressive crowd below seemed to have found a breakthrough. Dark Hall, Dark Hall, Dark Hall. At some point, the organization's name had changed from Dark Hall to Konkujinda. Konkujinda. Of course, no one thought that they were shouting the name of their country. Everyone looked at the female leader above. Through these shouts, it was as if they saw a true savior. The woman nodded, but her eyes were slightly empty, as if her soul had already left the world. At the same time, in the empty village under the dark night sky, a pitch-black figure with a giant sword on his back stood in front of the burning wooden house. The huge village was quiet, and only the crackling sounds of the burning flames could be heard. Occasionally, the sounds of houses being burned and collapsed could be heard. It was as if he was the only person in the empty village. "They're here, for no 6." Second Last's voice suddenly sounded in the invisible earpiece. It was so abrupt that she didn't even have time to tell him the exact number. Underground. Clearly, she would have discovered the abnormality a long time ago if she had approached from the ground. However, Second Last would only be able to discover the enemy when they were close to the surface. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, "Why are they here before the house is even half burned? What does that mean?" It means that the boy has sent a message and that the so-called Dark Hall is active in the vicinity. Bang! A large hand suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed Jiang Zhao's left ankle. Immediately afterwards, a huge force was exerted, seemingly trying to drag Jiang Shao into the ground. Jiang Shao stomped his right foot forcefully. Bang! The soil was sent flying and the stones were shattered. The gold-quality green glow blasted a deep pit in the ground. "Come out!" Jiang Zhao's body fell into the pit along with the soil that was flying everywhere. The figure of a long-faced man dressed in black was also revealed. Jiang Zhao didn't even have time to draw his sword and simply elbowed him. "Diamond, green glow." The man was shocked and seemed to be adapting to the sudden situation. He frantically raised his hands to block, but Jiang Zhao elbowed him heavily. "Kacha!" The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard from the man's elbow, and he was blasted away like a cannonball. The man slammed into the east side of the pit, but his momentum did not decrease at all. In fact, he was even blasted into the wall of the pit. If there were no obstacles to block it, the greatest repulsive effect of diamond green glow would be about 50 meters. What if there were obstacles to block it? Jiang Zhao wasn't sure for the time being, because there was only a human silhouette left on the wall of the pit. The man in black actually disappeared after being hit by his elbow. "No, don't disappear. I was too agitated just now. I'll be gentler next time." Jiang Zhao hurriedly dashed forward and waved his fists, instantly turning into an excavator that smashed the soil and moved forward rapidly. Jiang Zhao seemed to have become the bugle call for a battle. All of a sudden, the sounds of killing filled the air. Puff, puff, puff. A flock of one-eyed crows surrounded a bald enemy while pecking and biting the man's body with their sharp beaks. However, the man was suddenly covered in soil and the ground began to tremble. The crows shuttled back and forth rapidly, instantly forming a human silhouette. Looking at the enemy covered in soil in front of him, Shadow Crow unsheathed his tang sword, and the sound of electric currents could be heard. The dazzling light illuminated the night sky. The figure flickered and the sword fell. Shadow Crow, who was surrounded by electric currents, slashed the mud man in front of him horizontally. However, he did not stop and continued to stab downwards. Bang! This Shadow Crow also has the potential to be an excavator. However, the sword pierced the enemy who had escaped and pierced him into the ground. The explosive electric current not only blasted a large pit in the soil, but it also smashed the enemy's head. Puff, puff, puff. Shadow Crow immediately transformed, and the Tang sword disappeared, while the electric current dissipated, leaving only a flock of pitch-black crows that flew towards the house at the side. Bang! A figure was blasted out of the house and swept past the one-eyed crows. At the same time, a large figure dashed out of the house. Second last was holding onto a dark silver sword and moving at an extremely fast speed towards the face of the figure, who was flying backwards. A crimson glass bead suddenly appeared in the hand of the figure who was flying backwards. He roared furiously and smashed it towards second last. Second last figure suddenly turned into mist, and a crimson glass bead pierced through her body and shot towards the house behind her. Boom! The small red bead was like a powerful explosive grenade, and the house behind second last was instantly engulfed in flames. The shockwaves were all over the place, and the house was completely destroyed. The nebulous second last that was shuttling around quickly pieced together and stabbed the man's chest with her dark silver sword. She even continued to fly backward with the man and finally crashed into another house. The giant sword penetrated the enemy's body and pierced deeply into the stone wall behind him. Cough, cough. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his voice was trembling and weak. However, second last was sharp and managed to hear the enemy's last words. Long live Concagent. Second last humphed in disdain and stepped on the enemy's lower abdomen before pulling out the giant sword. Roar! Second last squinted and turned around, only to see that a giant was roaring like a beast on another street far away. The giant star map turned out to be a black and red heavenly hound mask. It had a long nose and bloody fangs. There were 27 star slots and 24 dazzling stars embedded in them. The star map of the heavenly hound mask in front of the giant's chest turned into countless stars that gathered on the giant's face and quickly pieced together. Star transformation. The real heavenly hound appeared in the moonless night. The four enemies who were besieging the heavenly hound sensed that something was amiss and turned into a flock of crows or mud that melted into the ground. The heavenly hound howled, and at the next moment, an even larger figure emerged from the heavenly hound's body. The 5-meter-tall figure was wearing a terrifying heavenly hound mask and seemed to be the only deity in the dark night. The sharp fangs under its long nose were eager to be nourished by blood. The heavenly hound slammed its hand on the ground forcefully. At the same time, the heavenly hound that appeared behind it also slammed its hand on the ground. Rumble. Second last couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hand and lean back slightly. She took a few steps back due to the impact of the turbulent waves. Amidst the chaos, second last's ears twitched slightly because she heard the sounds of an intense fight in the area that she was most concerned about. Second last quickly turned around and scurried away. Under the night sky, a figure surrounded by a golden halo was madly wrestling with another figure in a quagmire, discussing philosophy. The scene had completely changed. Second last seemed to have come from another world. The creepy shadow crow, the domineering heavenly hound, and Jiang Xiao, who was rolling around in the mud. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure flickered rapidly, but he did not distance himself. Instead, he adjusted his posture and lay on top of the man. The man originally elbowed him, but he did not manage to hit him. Instead, he smashed a small pit in the ground. Bang! After the flash, there was silence that followed seamlessly. The silence once again made the man in black unable to escape. He was covered in mud, and his right arm and left calf had already been fractured during the battle just now. Hence, it affected his normal movements. The man in black wanted to blend into the ground, but he couldn't use any star techniques at all. The damned young man in black camouflage was so skillful that it made one's hair stand on end. Jiang Xiao lay on the back of the man in black camouflage, and when he appeared, his left arm had already wrapped around the man's neck. Jiang Xiao lifted his left arm up forcefully and grabbed his right arm. He quickly pressed his right hand against the back of the man's head, tightened his arms, and locked his legs around the man's waist. It was a standard naked twist that was completed with a combination of cheat-like flash and skillful movements. The most abominable thing was that the young man in black camouflage actually sang a lullaby despite the intense battle. Go to sleep, my dear baby." When the silence was about to end, Jiang Xiao even threw another shot of Sound of Silence and raised his right arm, which was pressed against the back of the man's head, before pressing it against the back of the man's head again. The 2 shots of Sound of Silence lasted for a total of 20 seconds, and Jiang Xiao was in a naked twist for less than a second. During the 2 shots of Sound of Silence, no one knew exactly when the enemy fainted. That was only useful against star warriors with strong physiques. If it were an ordinary person, the problem would be solved in a few seconds. Jiang Xiao was considered a relatively stable player and only gave up after 2 shots of Sound of Silence. While listening to the report in the earpiece, Second Last walked to the edge of the pit and looked at the 2 men who were in a strange posture. She said, "Kong didn't come personally. This is her 3rd combat team." Jiang Xiao let go of the man in black camouflage and stood up. This time, the man in black camouflage had really turned into a pile of mud and was lying limply in the pit. Second Last slowly squatted down and looked down at Jiang Xiao in the pit. "What's this?" Jiang Xiao panted heavily. It seemed that the battle in the mud pit was extremely intense. He said, "Since the protagonist isn't here, we need a captive to get some information, right?" Second Last nodded silently, knowing that Jiang Xiao had misunderstood her. Hence, she asked, "I'm asking you what this is." Jiang Xiao wiped the dirt off his face. He panted for a long time before saying, "Huh? Fantasyland?" Chapter 545. 8 hours later, in Cian Village. Second Last and Jiang Xiao were sitting in a shabby dining room in a wooden house. "Captain," the heavenly hound knocked on the door excitedly and gestured to Second Last. Second Last wasn't in a good mood. During the previous battle, they captured a total of 2 enemies, but the 2 of them committed suicide one after another. Even though they were handcuffed and turned into ordinary captives, they still managed to find a way to commit suicide. Jiang Shao had seen those special handcuffs before. In fact, he had even worn them himself in the snowfield. At that time, Hai Tianqing led his team and was treated as a prisoner. They were handcuffed and thrown into prison. The magical handcuffs emitted a special glow and had the special effect of cutting off star power. They should have been specially developed for Star Warrior criminals. Second Last turned around and glanced at the Heavenly Hound, only to see the joy on his face. Hence, she gestured for him to come in. Captain, the Heavenly Hound strode in and said, "Are you still angry about the captives?" Captain, this kid is a good material. Why do you have to mention it? Jiang Shao sat on the shabby chair and fiddled with a sword in his hand. Maybe our analysis is wrong. Maybe Kang Jin doesn't care about that house as much as we think she does. She just sent a team to investigate. The Heavenly Hound said, Kang Jin is very cunning and cautious. She has already been besieged by us many times, but she always manages to escape. The fact that she sent a team here proves that the house is of special significance to her. She knows that it might be a dangerous situation, but she still stubbornly sent people here. She might be praying from the bottom of her heart. This is just an act of revenge, and a team can solve the problem. Jiang Shao shrugged and spun the military blade in his hand. He did not comment. Second Last asked, "What's the good news?" The Heavenly Hound handed a piece of paper to Second Last and frantically said, "In the past 8 hours, the Guardians of the Night have activated the frequency of the holy ground in the Kangxin Republic. This is the summary of the information." Second Last grabbed the paper and nodded silently. It's the same as when the holy ground was gradually disappearing. Heavenly Hound was delighted. "Yes, sir. Based on this trend, there will be no more Dark Hall extra-dimensional holy ruins opening in the next 3 days. Currently, the speed at which we are destroying the holy ground has far exceeded the speed at which the holy ground is opening." Jiang Shao turned to look at the Heavenly Hound and said, 3 days later, will we see the light of day again?" Tengu nodded heavily. "Our hard work has finally paid off. We can see the sun. The people of Conkind can see the sun. Sunlight didn't just represent light, it also represented hope." This was especially true for the Conkaginda Republic, which was plagued by rumors and demons. Light could destroy many things. It could even shadow lies. It was a very effective way to deal a blow to the Dark Hall. The Dark Hall was not the only enemy of the joint army of China and the Conkaginda. Their potential opponents were the Star Warriors who were wavering and had yet to be corrupted. It was broad daylight, and the universe was clear. This is a particularly good pair of words. Captain, please answer." The Shadow Crow's voice suddenly rang in everyone's invisible earphones. Second Last frantically answered, "Speak." The Shadow Crow said, "Traces of the Dark Hall have been found in Kalyana Town. There are nearly 100 of them, and the local military camp has been destroyed by the Dark Hall." Second Last frowned and slowly stood up. The Shadow Crow said, "Several teams along the way gave us the exact location of the Dark Hall members before they were destroyed. According to their route, they are heading north." In the room, Second Last hooked her finger. The Heavenly Hound frantically took out a map from his pocket and scurried towards the wooden table. He then opened the map and laid out. Second Last asked location. The Shadow Crow said Silent Canyon, Kalyana Town. Both locations have been reported, and we've lost contact with them now. Second Last pointed her finger at the Silent Canyon and slowly moved it upwards, fixing it on Kalyana Town. She asked in a deep voice, "Why did you only report it now?" 2 of the Silent Ravines patrol squads had sent out a distress signal. Kalyana Town's military had also sent out reinforcements. However, none of them returned. By the time they wanted to report back, the Dark Hall had already charged into the town's military camp. The Shadow Crow paused for a moment before continuing. They reported in detail that nearly 100 members of the Dark Hall had attacked the military camp and requested for reinforcements. After that, they could no longer be contacted. Jiang Shao asked, "Nearly 100 members of the Dark Hall? That's a huge operation, right?" The Heavenly Hound nodded and said, It's a huge operation that has never happened before. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, they destroyed a military camp and demonstrated their strength. They once again expressed their determination and created panic. Second last finger continued to move upwards and towards the north, before finally stopping at Ferber City 83. The Heavenly Hound said with a sullen expression, Ferber City 83 has the largest civilian shelter in the southeast region. Second last said in a hoarse voice, it's also the most powerful military force in the southeast region. With a complicated expression, the Heavenly Hound asked, Captain, do you think that their target isn't the civilians but the entire city? Second last sighed softly and said, nearly 100 star warriors are flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground silently. The Heavenly Hound pressed his large hand on his temple. Individual battles, team battles, and large-scale team battles were completely different. One could imagine how tragic the battle would be. The Shadow Crow's voice sounded in the earpiece. Are we going to support them? Second last tapped the map gently and turned to look at the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Hound thought about it again and said, in the past 8 hours, the Holy Ground has only been activated 3 times in the area under our jurisdiction. The nearby teams have settled everything easily. Second last turned to look at Jiang Shao and said softly, Ferber City 83 is less than 60 kilometers away from CN Village. Jiang Shao leaned forward and grabbed second last's long fingers with one hand, using them as a pencil. He then moved them from Ferber City 83 to Koliana Town and then to CN Village, drawing an equilateral triangle. Jiang Shao asked, is Koliana Town 60 kilometers away from CN Village too? Slightly stunned, second last lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao and said, she's trying to lure us away. Jiang Shao tilted his head in the direction of the Heavenly Hound and said, I think our conjecture is wrong, but the Heavenly Hound thinks that it's right. After all, the lunatic has sent a team to investigate. If the Heavenly Hound's conjecture is right, it means that the lunatic really cares about her cabin. No matter what kind of obsession she has with the cabin, she still cares about it, right? With a sullen expression, the Heavenly Hound said in a deep voice, she's an extremely selfish and narcissistic person. Her feelings are above everything else, and she only has eyes for herself. Even though she knows that it's a trap, she still sent a team of elites to die in order to satisfy her fantasies. She hopes that the burning of the cabin is just a personal act of revenge. Jiang Shao asked, can she do something like sending 100 elites to die and getting the surrounding teams to rush back to support her? Second last shook her head and said, she's the leader, after all. I think she's been planning this for a long time. She shouldn't be doing it purely to satisfy her selfish desires. The Heavenly Hound said, regardless of whether it's been planned for a long time or not, I think she'll rush here. The Shadow Crow said in disdain, why would she rush back? To look at the burned house? The Heavenly Hound said, if my home is burned down and people tell me that my house has been reduced to ruins, what do you think my first reaction will be? Jiang Shao said, I'll go back and take a look. The Heavenly Hound nodded and said, besides, this place has a special significance to her. So, regardless of whether the attack on Ferber City has been planned for a long time, or if it's along the way, I think she'll come. Jiang Shao said meekly, what if her ultimate goal isn't Ferber City but CN Village? Are we going to wait here for nearly 100 star warriors to visit us? The Heavenly Hound looked down at the map and said, according to their route, they're indeed heading all the way north. It should be Ferber City, where there are targets for them to kill and star warriors to rebel against them. Since they've been planning this for a long time, they can't possibly waste time by taking detours. The only possibility is that the lunatic will rush here. Second last looked at the two of them and pressed on the invisible earphones. Be our eyes. The Shadow Crow said, got it. Second last paused for a moment before continuing, be careful. The Shadow Crow said, don't worry, Captain, no one can see through my concealment skills. However, I have to ask for instructions. I need to turn off the communication temporarily. The slightest sound will expose the target. Second last said, sure. As the shadow crow's voice disappeared, Second Last said to the heavenly hound, "Go to the tallest building and keep the communication channel open." "Yes," the heavenly hound said firmly before turning around to leave. Second Last sat on the chair and placed her legs on the broken wooden table. She then raised her head slightly and looked at the dark ceiling, seemingly deep in thought. Jiang Shao dared not disturb her when he saw that she seemed to be troubled. After holding in for a while, Jiang Shao strode towards the window and stretched his hand out. All of a sudden, layers of overlapping space appeared outside the window, and two hands reached out of it, one holding a bag of puffs, and the other two holding 2 bags of pure milk. They then handed them to Jiang Shao. Second Last clearly sensed something and turned around to look at Jiang Shao expressionlessly. The arms immediately retracted into the space, and the overlapping layers of space disappeared without a trace. But there was a cut mark on the ground. Jiang Shao held onto the food and walked back to the dining table with his head lowered. He carefully opened the packaging and said softly, "If our conjecture is wrong and the lunatic really brings nearly 100 Star Warriors here." Second Last squinted her long and narrow eyes and remained silent for a while. She then hooked her finger at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao opened the packaging of the 2 puffs and tossed one to her before tossing a bag of pure milk to her table. Jiang Shao had always thought that his last banquet should be a barbecue, but he had no choice. As soon as Jiang Shao tore open the packaging, Second Last, who was sitting opposite him, ate a puff in a few bites. Jiang Shao looked at the remaining cream on her lips and thought to himself, "It should be very sweet, right?" So, he took action and took a bite of the puff in his hand to verify his point of view. "Yes, it's indeed very sweet." Chapter 546. The night was silent. All of a sudden, Shadow Crow's soft voice sounded in the invisible earpiece. "They're here. 3 people, 1 master and 2 servants. The target is Conkind. According to their speed, they're expected to arrive at in village in 2 minutes." Second Last stood up abruptly while Jiang Shao picked up the giant sword. "They're here. They're really here. And it's a 3-man team? Where's our army? Are they really going to attack Ferber City? It's a godsend opportunity. Bring some gasoline," Second Last said as she walked to the window and peeked into the distance. "I don't have the ability to hide like you do. They'll discover me. Do you need me to enter the ruins of the calamity?" Jiang Shao asked frantically. Second Last seemed to have thought about it a long time ago. She said, "No, take the gasoline and stand at the door of the house next to us. Wait for them to come." Jiang Shao asked in shock, "Wait for them to come?" Second Last nodded and said, "There must be a perception-type Star Warrior beside her. The only thing that can make her stay and fight is our number and her last home." After thinking about it, Jiang Shao hurriedly walked out of the restaurant and picked up a bucket of gasoline. The home of Conkind's adoptive parents had already been burned down, and only the ruins of her biological parents were left. It seemed that Second Last had asked Shadow Crow to stand guard only to ensure that there wouldn't be a 100-man team. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Shao whistled and stood in front of a wooden house that had collapsed and had been in disrepair for a long period of time. It was just a formality. The wooden house had already collapsed. "There's an ambush, too." 3 people, one of the servants said to the female leader. "You call an ambush?" Conkind said calmly. No matter how calm she looked, there was a raging fire burning in her heart. With every step she took towards the village, her heart would tremble more violently. She wanted to return to the place where her dreams began, her house, her bedroom, and look for those. All of a sudden, Conkind stopped in her tracks. Without the reminder of the Star Warrior beside her, she had already heard the whistling. She was too familiar with everything in the village. Before heading to the ruins of the burned house, she had to pass by the ruins of her biological parents. And there was a huge figure with his arms crossed over his chest, silently looking at the collapsed wooden house. In front of the wooden hut, a pitch-black figure was carrying a bottle of gasoline, whistling in a strange tone as he circled around the wooden hut, sprinkling gasoline at a steady pace. "Wan Hongying," Kong Kajinda's calm voice passed through the night. Although her Chinese wasn't very good, she could still understand it. Second last turned around and said emotionlessly, Guna. Unexpectedly, the two of them started a conversation. Both parties had perception-type star techniques. Hence, as soon as they entered the village, they were already aware of each other's movements. That might also be the reason for the current fake peace. Kong Kijinda stared at the black figure pouring gasoline and unexpectedly opened his mouth to speak a sentence in Chinese. When the map is uncovered, the dagger will be revealed. Second last stared at Kong Kijinda coldly and said, Your Mandarin doesn't pass. This is purely a personal grudge. A kind smile appeared on Kong Kijinda's face. It was extremely amiable and warm, but the words that came out of his mouth were chilling. Is it because I killed your medic member? Besides, I won't allow you to save him. I dismembered his body bit by bit and used crows to peck at his flesh, leaving his body riddled with holes. I filled his body with filthy mud and used ice roar to grind his body into mincemeat, right? Jiang Xiao paused slightly upon hearing his words. So cruel? No wonder it's a personal grudge. Although Jiang Xiao vaguely knew that he was there to fill in the vacancy of the medical awakened, he really didn't expect the previous medical awakened to die so tragically. Besides, his teammates didn't mention it at all. Now that he thought about it, they probably didn't want to mention it or even dared not recall the cruel scene. Kong Kijinda shifted his gaze to Jiang Xiao and said, Is this your new medical awakened? Hello, kid. Do you think I'm going to bother with you? Jiang Xiao didn't even turn around and simply continued to sprinkle gasoline around the collapsed wooden hut. The kinder and warmer Kong Kijinda's smile was, the more second last could sense that she was shrieking in horror. If nothing went wrong, her hideous face would soon be torn apart. Second last said, Your methods have indeed widened my horizons. I'll tear your head apart, I promise you. Kong Kijinda turned around to look at the surroundings, but in fact, he was asking the servant beside him for information. The man imperceptibly nodded his head. Kong Kijinda also stopped looking around. Kong Kijinda looked at second last again and said, So, there's no ambush, no conspiracy, and no strategy. Just like you said, it's a personal grudge now. The background music began to play at this moment. The whistles sounded again, and the gasoline in the bucket had already been emptied. Jiang Xiao weighed it in his hand again and tried to pour out the last drop. Kong Kijinda looked over and squinted his brown eyes. Kid, you'll die a worse death than the previous medical awakened. Jiang Xiao reached out and pointed at his mask. You can't see my face, and I haven't spoken either. Why are you so sure that I'm a young man? No, this has nothing to do with age. Kong Kijinda's lips curled up. Everyone on this land is my child. It's just that some are still stubborn, and some have already awakened. It was just a simple sentence, so calm. Yet the two servants at Kong Jin's side were already in high spirits. Don't try to get close to me. Jiang Xiao casually threw the barrel of gasoline into the wooden house behind him. I want to be everyone's father, but you claim to be everyone's mother. What are your intentions? Kong Kijinda. Jiang Xiao drew the giant blade from his back and pointed it at Kong Kijinda. I've recently mastered a new swordsmanship called clean body leaving. Do you want to know about it? Far away, Shadow Crow's dissatisfied voice came from the night sky. I treat you as my teammate, but you won't be my father? On the opposite street, on the roof of a dilapidated wooden house, the gigantic Tengu stood proudly, grinning. Second last stared at Kong Kijinda from afar and slowly extended her hand, as if she wanted him to see her every move. Pa! Second last snapped her fingers, after which her long fingers had already turned into a mixture of black and red lava that was filled with sparks. The sparks scattered on the ground, and the flames quickly spread to the surroundings of the collapsed wooden house. Huff! The collapsed wooden house was instantly set ablaze, lighting up the dark night. Staring at the two figures in front of the burning house, Kong Kijinda's smile widened, and he slowly said, Kill. Kill. You have to ask me, the platinum sound of silence. First, bang. Sound of silence immediately smashed into the area where the enemies were. Roar! The Tengu on the roof roared loudly. Since he was not protected by the sound of silence, his roar was extremely loud. He leaped down and plunged into the core area that was shrouded in sound of silence. Under the long nose of the gigantic Tengu were fangs that reeked of blood. A pair of giant palms pounced down together with the illusory Tengu, like a bomb that detonated the area where Kong Kijinda was standing. He could tell that the star technique should have been used when he leaped down. Otherwise, the Tengu wouldn't have been able to use such a star technique when it entered the sound of silence. Airwaves, mud, dust, and stones. All sorts of factors were obstructing Jiang Zhao's vision, which was extremely disadvantageous to him since he did not have any star techniques. Hence, Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and layers of dark clouds quickly gathered in the dark sky. Field tear was a magical star technique. In this domain, every drop of rainwater was closely connected to Jiang Zhao's perception, and all the information within the range of the heavy rain could not escape Jiang Zhao's grasp. In the heavy rain, he could almost sense the 3 people who had been sent flying by the Tengu. A flock of crows flew past quickly and aimed at a figure who had been sent flying. The pitch-black one-eyed crows quickly took shape. The Tang's sword was unsheathed, and the buzzing sounds of the electric current could be heard. The sound was getting more and more urgent, and it even lit up the night sky. Screech! Amidst the lightning and thunder, a figure floated past and raised his sword. The dizzy servant who had been smashed by the sound of silence, and then sent flying by the Tengu, was slashed in half by the Shadow Crow. He was split into 2. There was no exciting battle in the Shadow Crow's heart, nor was there any exchange of blows. He was ruthless, but his sword was fast. He was killed in seconds. Jiang Zhao felt the waves of air pushing him to the side, while Second Last, who was beside him, released her star power, and her ponytail danced in the wind while her dark red hair rope fluttered in the wind. She held a dark silver giant bow in her hand, and a dark silver heavy arrow shot out from her hand. Whoosh! The heavy arrow chased after another servant who had been sent flying and pierced his chest before he could. It then took the servant's body and turned around to stab into the house across the street. Why did he say that the heavy arrow was 1 step ahead? Because the Tengu's claws missed. Roar! The Tengu landed on all 4s, but it was not discouraged at all. After a few leaps, it raised its giant claws and plunged into the servant, who could not use any star techniques because of Jiang Zhao's sound of silence. The heavy arrow pierced the servant's chest and created a large hole, while the Tengu's giant claws tore the servant's upper body apart. One of the 2 servants was beheaded on the spot by the extremely fast Shadow Crow, while the other was killed by the sound of silence. The Tier Realm Star Technique helped Jiang Zhao understand the situation on the field. Why didn't anyone chase after the real protagonist, Kong Jind? Because the moment she was sent flying, her mud body had already been revealed. The Kong Jind who had been talking to everyone all this while was not her real body. Where exactly is she? Did she follow the army to Ferber City 83? At the next moment, the ground suddenly trembled and the mud began to flow like a river. Countless mud dragons emerged from the ground. The surging mud river was like a devouring beast that tore apart the surrounding buildings and swallowed them into the mud. Puff, puff, puff. The Shadow Crow immediately turned into a flock of pitch-black one-eyed crows that flew into the sky and circled continuously. The Tengu leaped up and landed directly on the crows, after which it half-knelt and looked at the heavenly disaster beneath its feet. Nay, a horse neighed and the tall horse spread its wings and soared into the sky. Second Last had a sullen expression as she rode on Xiao Zhao's back and flew into the sky. She held her bow and arrow and looked at the boiling mud below. She yelled, "Underground!" Jiang Zhao's figure flashed, and he sat behind Second Last. All the buildings, streets, military vehicles were completely swallowed by the mud river and disappeared without a trace. Of course, Jiang Zhao knew that she was underground. The Tier Realm rain had already mixed with the mud and touched the female leader who was hidden deep underground. Kong Jin was obviously unhappy and had no intention of leaving. The boiling mud river surged up like a fountain, and the mud dragons swept towards the prey in the air. The female Dharma goddess of the Dark Hall was furious. Of course, for Jiang Xiao, if you have a temper, go home and play around. Why are you throwing a tantrum outside? Use your long-range attacks. Don't worry about me, I'm very fast. Jiang Xiao hollered. Second last, the Tengu and the Shadow Crow were all stunned. Immediately afterwards, the heavy arrows locked onto them. The electric current condensed, and the Tengu showed its ferocity. The torrential rain that belonged to the Tier realm had long been mixed with the rolling mud and seeped into the ground. The raindrops clearly told Jiang Xiao the exact location of the enemy. Jiang Xiao gripped the giant sword in his hand tightly, and the majestic star power in his body surged. The tip of the sword was covered in diamond green glow. Looking at the churning mud river below, Jiang Xiao stood up on the horse's back and held the giant sword in front of him. The green light of the diamond shone brightly, and it was ready. Jiang Xiao leaped down from the sky and stabbed downwards rapidly, as if he had become one with the giant's sword. The green glow on the tip of the sword even drew out a green line that outlined the trajectory of Jiang Xiao's stab. It was the official name, the 14th form of the Xia family swordsmanship, a letter of divorce. Chapter 547. The 5,000-word chapter was written to thank all the readers for their support. A ray of green glow fell from the sky at a high speed, causing a huge pit to be formed in the surging muddy river. It seemed to be able to shatter mountains and split seas. The subsequent wave of the giant sword caused the churning mud to splatter everywhere. Perhaps this is the advanced version of the excavator. When Jiang Xiao vaguely saw a face full of anger, he threw sound of silence aside, and his body flickered rapidly. What followed after was a huge electric current, and a dark silver, heavy arrow was wrapped in it. Following behind the lightning heavy arrow was the phantom of a Tengu that whizzed past. Bang! Jiang Xiao was covered in mud that stained Xiao Xiao's fair body, but Xiao Xiao did not react at all. It simply obeyed second last's orders and tried its best to release the ice roar. The flowing mud had somehow lost its fluidity and was swept up by the ice roar. Amidst the explosions, the mud was rolled into a clockwise vortex. Did you succeed? Second last asked unexpectedly. She had sharp eyes and ears, so she asked Jiang Xiao solemnly. With a sullen expression, Jiang Xiao said, "It's still mud. I can't find her." The mud stopped surging and remained undulating. From time to time, the destroyed houses, broken wood, and rubble could be vaguely seen. The muddy water flowed slowly and filled the low-lying mud pit before seeping into the ground along with the heavy rain. Second last said, "I can't find her." Jiang Xiao asked, "What's her maximum casting distance?" "Stop. Rain." Second last ordered. Jiang Xiao immediately stopped the field tears and thought to himself, "Yet, I still can't find Konkajinda. Has she gone deeper underground, or has she already escaped?" Second last turned around and got off the horse, after which a four-legged B-star map suddenly appeared on her body. It quickly enlarged and became lifelike before enveloping second last. When second last landed on the ground, a long-tailed lynx that was composed of ice-blue lines appeared quietly. It was more than 5 meters long and was huge and graceful. A tuft of hair stood on its pointy ears, as if it was listening to everything around it. The long fur on its cheeks swayed along with its menacing head. Sniff, sniff! The giant lynx strode forward gracefully, lowering its head to sniff its surroundings. A few seconds later, it suddenly raised its head and ran northeast. Jiang Xiao rode on Xiao Xiao and frantically patted its head. "Follow your master." At the side, the crows had already left the Tengu behind and were flying in the sky on their own. The Tengu had no choice but to run quickly, praying that it could keep up with the group. The huge long-tailed lynx seemed to have really discovered something. It followed the scent and stopped from time to time. Everyone was on high alert, but this chase lasted for more than 10 minutes. Second last, Direction. Jiang Xiao shouted from the back of the horse. The ice-blue long-tailed lynx exuded a faint light in the darkness. It raised its head, and its fierce eyes looked over from afar, causing one's hair to stand on end. We've already chased her here. We can determine her location. Jiang Xiao shouted. Tengu's voice came from behind. 83 Ferber City. Her subordinates might all be there. The long-tailed lynx sprinted and climbed up a giant tree in a few steps. It then leaped and stretched its streamlined body before pouncing towards Xiao Xiao in the sky. Xiao Xiao quickly descended, and the giant lynx quickly transformed into its human form. The two of them worked well together, and in the end, Xiao Xiao caught second last steadily. She also heard her master's instructions. Northeast, maximum speed. Jiang Xiao stared blankly and felt extremely envious. I have to choose my star pet well in the future. Ah, my star pet, where are you waiting for me? Second last sat on the horse and said, she's no longer underground. She's already become a crow. Okay. Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and asked with a sullen expression, there's going to be a fierce battle later, right? Second last said in a hoarse voice, regardless of whether the Dark Hall has planned this for a long time or not, there are a large number of our elite soldiers guarding Ferber City. Her arrogance will eventually cost her life. Jiang Xiao said, maybe she's also received the news that it's almost dawn? She's trying to put up a last-ditch struggle. Second last nodded and said, indeed, the active period of the Dark Hall's dimensional space has already passed. With our help, the holy ground will soon be destroyed. The rumors that she created are about to be destroyed. Jiang Xiao still wanted to say something, but second last suddenly turned around, and a dark silver whip appeared in her hand. She then lashed it at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao got a great shock and looked at the towering mountains below in the direction of the dark silver whip. Compared to the flat ground, the mountainous terrain was indeed more difficult to run on and more exhausting. Of course, the Tengu sensed everything and pounced forward to grab the dark silver whip. Its massive body was then lifted into the air. It's indeed the Tengu. It's a huge dog that's being dragged into the sky. A few seconds later, a flock of crows flew over and circled around the Tengu. The lonely eyes of the crows looked at the messy Tengu from all directions and could not help but caw a few times. The Tengu held onto the whip tightly and closed its eyes without saying a word. It was like an old monk who was meditating and ignoring the crows cawing. In Ferber City, it was already in chaos and there were sounds of killing everywhere. What was even more intolerable was that the soldiers in the city were not only fighting against the enemies, but also suffering from internal attacks. Any soldier of the Kongjin Republic could be a member of the Dark Hall, not to mention the Chinese soldiers who did not trust the Kongjin Republic soldiers. Even the Kongjin Republic soldiers themselves did not trust their comrades. Apart from themselves, no one could trust them. The Kongjin Republic soldier who had just flown into a rage in the military camp was the best example. All of a sudden, everyone was in a state of panic and danger. What made the situation even more difficult was that there were not many Chinese soldiers there. Be it the Wasteland Reclaimers, the Guardians of the Night, or the mountain-shattering army, all of them rushed there with the goal of destroying the holy ground. They were scattered in the mountains and forests of the country, ready to destroy the space gate at any time. In Ferber City, of course, the Kongjin Republic soldiers were the main force. The so-called siege battle had never happened. To a group of Dark Hall organizations that could fly in the sky and hide underground, and had spies inside and outside, the blockade of the city was like a piece of paper that could be easily destroyed. The struggle between the organization and the enemy army had evolved into a real battle on the streets. The defenders were weak, and it was indeed easier to destroy them than to defend, especially under the muddy river. The muddy river, created by countless rules awakened at the same time, had become a sea of mud. Even some star warriors could not withstand it, let alone ordinary people. This was a war with local characteristics. Apart from the battles on the streets and alleys, the bigger battlefield was unfolding underground. The battle there was not inferior to the battle on the surface. No one could protect anything. Under a natural disaster like this sea of mud, all the houses, armaments, and even the guards and civilians were all destroyed. Perhaps it would not be long before the entire city was reduced to nothingness. It was said that the warriors would rise in the individual competition. In the team competition, the Rules Awakened were still the kings because the core position of the Rules Awakened could not be shaken. However, in the team of 4, the role of the Rules Awakened was still not maximized. In such a large-scale war, people could truly realize what the core position of the Rules Awakened meant. When the melee fighters of the Dark Hall and the melee fighters of the Conquest Republic transformed into 2 flocks of crows and started biting each other, the overwhelming muddy river had already destroyed everything around it and engulfed the 2 of them. Unknowingly, a series of ice roars appeared in the city. In the chaotic and noisy city battlefield, both parties had of course seen all kinds of ice roars. However, the continuous wave of platinum ice roars caused everyone to have a drastic change of heart. The hearts of the Conquest Republic soldiers and the small number of Chinese troops sank. As for the Dark Hall members, they were cheering loudly to welcome their high and mighty god. Finally, the savior arrived on the battlefield. She crushed countless bodies and announced her arrival to everyone. Such a large-scale and indiscriminate attack would definitely hurt the Dark Hall members, but the Dark Hall members did not care. To be able to die at the hands of the female leader was the best proof of their faith. The female leader was not afraid. She did not go underground. Instead, she stepped on the mud pillars and stood high in the air. She looked down at the ruined city below her. Beside her, a group of 8 people surrounded her. Defensive barriers, purifying mist, dark green aura. All kinds of defensive measures protected the proud god on the mud pillar in the middle. As the 9 mud pillars moved slowly, the sea of mud behind them became a vast ocean. In front of them, endless frost raged dong dong dong. All kinds of long-range attacks bombarded the female leader high up in the air. The 8 people struggled to hold on. The huge city was already half in ruins, and the other half was a sea of mud. Just as the female leader of the Dark Hall was showing off and acting domineering, some of the Conquest Republic soldiers who had been struggling for a long time started to betray them. Other than the traitors, there were also a number of soldiers who were potential members of the Dark Hall. If they had not been completely defeated by the Dark Hall, they would still be Conquest Republic soldiers who were willing to protect the civilians. However, under the pressure of life and death, people would always make some terrible choices. Such a scene was undoubtedly one disaster after another for the Huaxiao army, which was already sparse in numbers. When Jiang Zhao's group of 4 arrived at Ferber 83, Jiang Zhao's heart was trembling. The city was clearly divided. Half of it was a sea of mud, and the other half was a ruin. It was unknown how many fresh lives were buried in the muddy sea. Screams and cries could be heard from the broken ruins. The sea of mud was like a devouring beast. As the female leader's group moved forward, it devoured the already ruined city inch by inch. Hurry up. In the city, a middle-aged woman was holding the hand of an elderly woman as they staggered and ran. Behind them was the surging sea of mud. The 2 of them seemed to be racing against the Grim Reaper. However, the elderly woman could not escape from it. As she ran, her ankles were submerged in the mud and her body fell forward. "No, mother." The middle-aged woman loosened her grip and turned around, only to see that half of her mother's body had been submerged in the mud. The middle-aged woman broke down and ran over. She grabbed the elderly woman's hand and cried at the top of her lungs as she tried to pull her out. However, there was nothing she could do. A few seconds later, the 2 of them were sucked into the mud and no longer had any signs of life. The soldiers tried their best to prop up the mud wall and used their abilities to move the sea of mud in the opposite direction to protect the civilians. However, a knife suddenly appeared behind them. The former comrade's eyes were sharp. He stabbed his comrade's heart and turned around to kick the mud wall to pieces. He took off Kong Kijinda's military uniform and knelt on the ground. His face was filled with sincerity and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He shouted the name of his savior, but he was also drowned by the sea of mud. Scenes of heartbreak, anger, sorrow, All sorts of scenes kept appearing and happening at every moment. The Huaxia armies that had received orders and rushed over from all directions to provide support naturally saw such a chilling scene. Without saying a word, they rushed into the streets and alleys. A few more disciplined squads acted as vanguards and charged at the slowly advancing Dark Temple 9 mud pillars. Who would have thought that the female leader, who was standing on the mud pillar in the center, would turn her head to look at the white horse flying in the sky? The sea of mud that was advancing north suddenly changed direction and was moving towards the tail feather squad. As it turned out, Khan Kijinda was not an ambitious person. He was just a simple madman. No matter how big the scene was, it was only for her personal benefit. No matter how sophisticated the plan was, it would be changed because of her own selfish desires. The actions of the tail feather squad infuriated her, and she wanted nothing more than to devour them, to devour their flesh. The new medical reinforcements of the tail feather squad had star techniques that were far beyond Khan Kijinda's imagination. Since she couldn't deal with the tail feather squad there, she decided to return to her battlefield. There, her mature combat system would allow her to compete with anyone. Khan Kijinda had lured everyone here to Ferber 83 City. His main objective was not the Dark Hall's target, but to slaughter the tail feather squad. Charge! Jiang Shao yelled. Rush over. Second last said loudly. There's mud, wind, lightning, and fire. We can't break through that defensive shield. Tell me who's supporting the defensive shield. Jiang Shao yelled. Second last answered loudly. The 3 people holding the purple lines. Your silence will be purified by the fog. Yes, although the fog was a little thin, there would definitely be no mistake in its function. Jiang Shao yelled. My blessing is not a negative state. It can't be purified. Second last gritted her teeth and squeezed the horse's abdomen forcefully. She then spread her wings and shuttled through the mud dragons and lightning bolts. Jiang Shao half knelt on the horse's back and grabbed his giant sword with one hand. He then raised it up and yelled, Step on my shoulder, hold my sword, and bear with my silence. You're more confident in attacking than I am. Second last leaped up and stepped on Jiang Zhao's shoulder before picking up Jiang Zhao's sword. At some point in time, Jiang Shao became the commander of the team again. After second last decided to charge forward, she no longer hesitated to obey Jiang Zhao's instructions. Jiang Shao squatted on the horse's back and quickly took 2 steps forward while supporting Xiao Zhao's huge head with one hand. He exerted strength in his legs and twisted his waist, after which green glow appeared on his shoulder, and he pushed it forward forcefully. Second last tensed legs also leaped abruptly, and her body darted forward like a rocket. The giant steel sword in her hand glowed with a sharp, cold light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the next moment, Jiang Shao waved his hands continuously, and the beams of blessing landed on 3 of the 9 mud pillars. Many people were paying attention to the battlefield in the sky, especially the brave warriors who were dashing towards the 9 mud pillars. When second last wielded her giant sword and dashed past the other soldiers, everyone seemed to have their eyes fixed on her massive body. In the distant sky, Khan Kijinda's expression changed drastically. She was not one of the 3 slaves who were focused on supporting the defensive shield. She had witnessed the power of the 3 shining pillars of light. At the next moment, the female leader's body began to sway rapidly along with the mud pillars. Bang! A dark figure flashed and appeared behind the female leader, who was swaying left and right. At the instant that Jiang Shao appeared, a ferocious roundhouse kick was formed. Position? What the hell are you doing? Kill! Kill! With the rich green glow under Jiang Zhao's feet and the crisp sound of bones cracking, Kang Jin was immediately kicked away in the direction where second last was flying towards. The defensive shield did not stop the female leader of the Dark Hall, and the 3 people who were supporting the defensive shield were still experiencing the dizziness of the pillars of blessing. Jiang Shao did not stop, and the female leader's body skimmed across the sky. Along the way, the sound of silence followed her closely. Illusion? Crow? Mud body? Like a cicada shedding its shell? No matter how capable you are, you can't do it. Even at the moment when second last collided with the female leader who was flying towards her, the sound of silence was still ensuring that nothing went wrong. There was a huge momentum, a huge force, and a huge and sharp blade. Second last figure flashed across the night sky. Kong Kijinda's hair was disheveled and her face was contorted. She was filled with anger, panic, fear, and despair. She seemed to want to scream, but the sound of silence did not allow her to. At the next moment, the hideous-looking Kong Kijinda was split into two at the waist. Second last was not satisfied with that at all. She turned around abruptly in the air and stared at the upper half of her body that was flying in the air. She then swung her giant sword at it. The blade pierced through her skull, and the dust settled. The chaotic and noisy battlefield seemed to have come to a standstill all of a sudden, and the world seemed to have lost all sound at this moment. Second last, who was flying backward in the air, had her long hair fluttering forward and brushing past her cheeks. She then stared at the female leader's head that had been severed. Second last murmured in a hoarse voice, "Now, we're even." Chapter 548. Galaxy First Kill, Skill Point plus 10. Leapfrogging, Skill Point plus 5. Two messages appeared in the internal star map, but Jiang Xiao did not have the time to care about them, because the scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. Kong Jin seemed to have affected everyone's hearts. Even though Jiang Xiao was in the mud pillar and surrounded by the most fanatical believers of the Dark Hall, they did not attack Jiang Xiao at all. They simply stared at the sky in a daze as the mud pillar under their feet gradually stopped moving. The churning sea of mud was still surging, and the fanatical believers underground had no idea what had happened. However, all the members of the Dark Hall who were on the ground were dumbfounded, as if they had lost their spiritual support. Pitter-patter, the sound of weapons dropping to the ground rang out incessantly. Disbelieving roars and hoarse cries rang out incessantly. It was undeniable that they were fanatical believers who followed closely behind Kong Jin. They were fearless in the face of death and unleashed their powerful combat power. Kong Jin was kicked off his altar by Jiang Xiao. Then, second last raised her sword and chopped off his body and shattered his head. When the dust settled, the fanatical believers were dumbfounded as they looked at Kong Jin's corpse in disbelief. They seemed to have lost their souls as they knelt on the ground. The soldiers of the Kong Jin Republic and the Chinese soldiers who had rushed over to provide reinforcements could not be bothered with them. Are you in a daze on the battlefield? Are you trying to escape? Are you treating your opponents as nothing? Do you still want to live? In particular, the soldiers of the Kong Jin Republic hated the fanatical believers to the core. Not only did the members of the hideous organization not step forward to help the country overcome its difficulties, but they also killed and spread rumors. They even protected the existence of the Dark Hall's holy ground, killed the soldiers of the Kong Jin Republic, and slaughtered the civilians. All of a sudden, countless members of the Dark Hall who were crying and wailing died. All of this was beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. He really could not imagine that a single person could cause such a huge reaction. Of course, if a person was strong enough, he could definitely influence the outcome of a war. However, Kong Kijinda's death caused the Star Warriors of the Dark Hall to give up on resisting. They became dispirited and no longer had the strength to fight. Jiang Xiao shook his head vigorously. He didn't have time to care about that. The muddy sea was still surging, and the underground battle had yet to stop. As a light chaser, Jiang Xiao was willing to take on greater responsibilities within his capabilities. Of course, Jiang Xiao would start with the 8 slaves beside him and kill them. After leveling up to Galaxy, Jiang Xiao would no longer be able to enjoy the skill points of leapfrogging. However, leapfrogging, skill points plus 5. Among the 8 slaves who had lost their souls, one of them was a contestant from Galaxy. However, he was not killed by Jiang Xiao, but by second last who had rushed over and broken his head. The few special teams from Huaxia that had already rushed over quickly with the female leader as their target quickly took care of the other slaves. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao didn't seem to be in a team with them. The internal star map did not give any more information about leapfrogging. Looking at the surrounding soldiers, Jiang Shao extended his hand. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. The crisp and melodious sound of bell filled the air, and rays of medical light shuttled across the battlefield. Jiang Shao released bell extremely quickly. Not only did it have the effect of healing the body, but it also had the effect of stabilizing the mind. The several dozen members of the Dark Hall, who had been scared out of their wits, were slaughtered in a short span of a dozen seconds. These warriors, who had always been successful under the leadership of Kongjian, eventually lost their lives following their savior. If the dozens of members of the Dark Hall who were underground were also on the ground, the battle might have ended even faster. The members of the Dark Hall were still staring at the female leader's body even before they died. On the other hand, the soldiers of Kongjian's country, as well as the soldiers from the various special forces of Huaxia, looked at Jiang Shao after killing the enemies. He was a young man who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, dressed in black camouflage and wearing a circle mask. Very few people knew Jiang Zhao's identity, but they all recognized Second Last and knew that she was a member of the Tail Feather team. Yes, it might have been the domineering Second Last who beheaded Kongjian, but everyone could tell that the most fundamental factor that led to the quick end of the battle was the series of maneuvers by the young man in black camouflage. He used a roundhouse kick as the dividing point of the battle, and all the maneuvers before and after that kick were perfect. Where did the Tail Feather team recruit such a master tactician? Where did they recruit such a calm but ferocious medical star warrior? Is he really a medical star warrior? Ring, ring, ring. The young man in black camouflage released bell time and time again, confirming the fact that he was a medical star warrior. Jiang Shao was not affected by the strange gazes. He continued to search the battlefield quickly and heal every wounded person. Underground battles should be left to the professionals. Based on his previous experience of blasting open the Mud River, he knew that even with the support of the field-tier rainwater, the underground enemies would still be able to deceive him easily. The soldiers on the ground rushed underground one after another, and the members of the Dark Hall organization were no longer involved in the battle on the surface. The underground soldiers soon gained a large number of members, and the battle soon became one-sided. The soldiers and the Chinese army discovered that the most advantageous weapon was to inform their opponents that their female leader had died. 20 minutes later, the surging soil finally calmed down. The Star Warriors emerged from the ground one by one, and everyone looked at each other and the battlefield. Have we won? We've won. We've won. We've won. We've finally won. We've won. The soldiers of the Kongjian Republic spoke their native language and yelled maniacally to vent their emotions. Their faces were flushed and their bodies were trembling. Some of them even cried tears of joy and cheered loudly. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The loud cheers gradually dissipated and were replaced by faint sobbing sounds. At a glance, there were mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. It was a scene of devastation. No one felt the slightest bit of joy of victory. Although they had removed the malignant tumor and completely beheaded the terrifying lunatic, the organization was largely crushed. However, no one could be happy while standing in the undulating soil on the battlefield that was dyed red with blood. Jiang Shao looked at everything around him silently and simply threw bell again and again. Some chose to continue rushing into the city to eliminate the remaining enemies, but Jiang Shao felt that he could only play the greatest role here. Second Last followed behind Jiang Shao quietly and glanced at the enemy corpses. Occasionally, she would stab them with the dark silver giant sword in her hand. Puff, puff, puff. A flock of pitch-black crows flew into the battlefield. On top of the flock of crows was a giant steel blade, as well as half a broken skull. Second Last raised her hand and grabbed the blood-stained head. As for Shadow Crow, Shadow Crow's figure quickly pieced together, and he placed the giant sword in front of Jiang Zhao's eyes with one hand while pressing on Jiang Zhao's shoulder with the other. Oh my God, do you know how? Shadow Crow stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Shadow Crow had a million reasons to be elated because they had finally killed the lunatic and completed their mission. They could return peace to this place and prevent more civilians from being slaughtered. However, Shadow Crow's joy vanished after he saw Jiang Zhao's expression and the expressions of the soldiers around him. Shadow Crow remained silent and simply patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently without saying anything else. Jiang Zhao nodded at him and said, "Let's talk when we get back. I'm going to take a look at the injured." As he spoke, he strode forward. Second Last took out the star bead from Kong Kijinda's head and flicked her blood-stained hand before tossing the head to Shadow Crow. "Find the rest of the corpse and hand it to the higher-ups when we get back." Shadow Crow immediately turned into a flock of crows and flew away. Second Last held the star bead in one hand and looked at Jiang Zhao, who was half kneeling on the ground. She strode forward and squatted beside him before saying in a hoarse voice, "The Kong Kijinda star bead is rather special. I'll ask the higher-ups to leave it to you." Second Last frowned slightly because Jiang Zhao, who was beside her, did not react at all. She followed Jiang Zhao's line of sight and saw a body that was buried. To be exact, it was an arm that was outside the soil. The rough arm was covered in mud, and only the military uniform on the arm revealed the identity of the corpse. At the side, a Kong Kijinda soldier clearly noticed that, and he activated his ability to separate the soil. However, the scene in front of him was heartbreaking. The soldier in the soil was only left with half of his body. Second Last grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm and helped him up slowly. "Someone's still waiting for your help." Jiang Zhao looked around to see that the healers were using their star techniques everywhere. He just had never participated in a war of this level before. He had experienced life and death before, but he had never experienced it in such a manner. To Second Last, dying on the battlefield might really be a form of glory. To Jiang Zhao, the scene was still impacting his soul. Yes, there were more people waiting for him to help. Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and he activated his star technique, Rain of Tears, after which the dark sky was filled with dark clouds and drizzling rain. Domain Tears plus Cleansing Tears allowed him to sense everyone in the rain and purify all the negative effects that might exist in the soldiers. In the drizzling rain, Jiang Zhao searched for every soldier who was wailing in pain and tried his best to save every dying soldier. Half of the once dilapidated city had already turned into an undulating sea of soil. Under this sea of mud, there were many broken corpses. Among these corpses, it was unknown how many of them were the souls of martyrs from the east. The soldiers were all strong, but the rain gave them a reason to cry. Ring, ring, ring. In the rainy night, white rays of medical light flickered continuously. There were several soldiers gathered together on the road in front of Jiang Zhao who were receiving treatment. One of the men suddenly stretched out his hand. Second Last didn't frown at all. If she hadn't recognized the military uniform of the desert, she might have already slashed him. Jiang Zhao naturally thought that the other party was asking for help, and hence, he was not stingy with his bell. As bell bounced back and forth between Jiang Zhao and the soldier, Jiang Zhao had already walked to his side. The soldier lifted his windproof mask. Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted. It was his father whom he had talked to on the plane. Jiang Zhao was using Domain Tears to sense the injured, and hence, he didn't notice the face under the windproof mask. The middle-aged man smiled and revealed a set of white teeth. He then stared into Jiang Zhao's eyes with a burning gaze. Jiang Xiaopi, right? He reckoned that he should also have a perception-type star technique. The man's words sounded rather familiar. What he said next was different from the conversation he had when they first met. The man hugged Jiang Zhao and patted his back forcefully. "I'm honored that you're one of us." "Thank you," Jiang Zhao said, feeling warm and fuzzy as he strode towards the next injured person. "What's going on?" Second Last asked. Jiang Zhao said, "He's a comrade I met on the plane. He's a father, and his child admires me very much." He asked me to sign an autograph for him, and I wrote a sentence on his family photo. Second last raised her eyebrows slightly. Such a story seemed to be able to pique her interest. She looked around warily and asked, "What did you write?" Jiang Shao said, "I'm honored to be your father's comrade." Hearing this, second last shook her head and smiled, feeling rather emotional. That sentence might make the child realize that the person he should admire the most was his father. Jiang Shao was indeed mischievous, but he also felt warm and fuzzy inside. The longer he spent with him, the more he would discover some special qualities. At the thought of this, second last said, "Don't take it too seriously about the wasteland reclaimer apprentice." Jiang Shao nodded silently. Chapter 549. Half an hour later, the remaining members of the Dark Hall in Fur 83 City were executed. A day later, most of the members of the Dark Hall who were hiding in Fur 83 City were arrested. 2 days later, a new urban area was rebuilt in Fur 83 City with the help of the soldiers of the Kongjian Republic and the Chinese Star Warriors. Stone and mud houses were erected, the roads were leveled, and there were many buildings for the civilians to live in. The security of the city was restored, and a large number of supplies were continuously sent in. A large number of refugees continued to pour into the city. Although the city and even the entire country was still shrouded in sorrow, it was developing in a good direction. Of course, it was just bandaging the wound, and it would probably take a long time for the wound to heal. On the third day, at 10:12 a.m. on May 8th, 2017, for the people of Kongjian, it was a special day and time that was worth commemorating. With the help of the various special teams in China, the Holy Ground survived the active period of its bloom and was destroyed repeatedly. The southeast region of the Kongjian Republic welcomed the first glimmer of light. The sky was bright. It was the second dawn that Jiang Shao and Second Last had fought together. However, this time, it was much more impactful than the dawn of the Night Calamity Mountain in the northwest of China. The soldiers and civilians of China reacted extremely quickly, and with the highest quality of protection, minimal casualties, and the fastest speed, they fought their way out. Everything was done in an orderly manner, and their efficiency was extremely high. As for the people of Kongjian, the Dark Hall organization was their internal problem, and the holy ground of the Dark Hall was their external problem. In the past few months, their bodies and minds had been through unimaginable pain and torture. When the sun shone on the earth, when people walked out of the dilapidated buildings, when they looked up at the sun and knelt on the ground and cried tears of joy, Jiang Shao found it hard to describe his inner feelings. In the past 3 days, the name of a team had spread throughout Fur 83 City, the southeast region of the Kongjian Republic, and even the entire country. The Guardians of the Night, the Light-Chasing Team, and the Tail Feather Team. It was a team that had personally crushed the Dark Hall organization and lost an outstanding medical Awaken member. However, they did not collapse and continued to gather members to kill the female leader of the evil organization. Amidst the attention and respect of the Tail Feather Team, 2 codenames were imprinted in the hearts of the people of Konkine Town: Second Last and Nine Tails. Second Last was a person who cut off everything. Nine Tails was the one who commanded and facilitated this scene. This light-chasing team, with a designation, once again announced to everyone that they were qualified to leave their designation. This kind of name was also remembered by all the Huaxia army units, and they felt honored. As the sun rose, the Dark Hall fell, and the holy ground disappeared without a trace. The first batch of reinforcements received orders to evacuate in an orderly manner. After a long and arduous battle, they had the right to enjoy some peace, return to the army to rest, or reunite with their families. The second batch of troops would be rotated in to help the people of Kongjian with the post-disaster reconstruction work, eliminate the stubborn remnants of the Dark Hall, and eliminate the possible other-dimensional beasts in the forest. They would look for those that slipped through the net and restore peace to this place. Jiang Shao initially thought that Second Last was going to let him go so that he could go back to school and continue his career in the World Cup. However, There was news from second last that an important figure of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest wanted to meet Jiang Shao. That made Jiang Shao a little nervous. Be it in his previous or current life, he had never met any important figures. He reckoned that the most important figures he had ever met were second last and Qin Wanchuan. If they were to fight, Jiang Shao wouldn't be nervous at all. He was a star warrior after all, and that was his profession. But meeting and chatting, Jiang Shao could still be mischievous to ordinary people because that was his attitude in life. However, if he were to meet a big leader, Jiang Shao was afraid that he would cause trouble. Fortunately, second last name was also on the list of names. On May 15th, the Tail Feather team completed the handover with the second batch of Guardians of the Night. They could finally return home in glory. However, Shadow Crow and the Heavenly Hound went in a different direction from second last and Nine Tails. They were not on the same military plane. In the airport, the Heavenly Hound and Shadow Crow rushed to send their two comrades off. They didn't know when they would meet again. During the standby time, the four of them chatted animatedly. Shadow Crow seemed to have been agitated by something. He pursed his lips and said, "Who knows? Maybe we can advance a little. The Heavenly Hound will be fine. Before I was chosen by Captain, I was already a candidate for the Light Chaser. I used to be a Guardian of the Night, but Captain Second last promoted me to a Light Chaser." The day Tengu rubbed his head and placed his hand on the Shadow Crow's shoulder. "If you're afraid of being sent back to your original unit, wait until I'm promoted to the Light Chaser Captain. I'll ask you to join my team." Jiang Shao nodded seriously. Crow and Dog, forever and ever. All of a sudden, Shadow Crow and the Heavenly Hound were dumbfounded. Second last did not join the discussion between the three of them. Seeing that the soldiers were boarding the planes one after another, she strode towards the military plane and finally said, "Let's go." "Huh? Oh." Jiang Shao hurriedly caught up with her and turned around to wave at his two comrades who had gone through life and death with him. Shadow Crow waved his hands while looking at second last's tall and slender figure. He said in displeasure, "She's really cold. She didn't even say goodbye to me." The Heavenly Hound asked, "Has she ever been nice to you when you were in her team?" Shadow Crow said, "I don't think so." The Heavenly Hound chuckled and said, "This proves that our captain is always the same." In the distance, second last suddenly turned around expressionlessly and pointed at the two teammates who were whispering to each other. She then tapped her finger gently. The Heavenly Hound and Shadow Crow subconsciously stood up straight, raised their heads, and kept quiet. When second last and Jiang Shao boarded the military plane, Shadow Crow finally grumbled, "Why are you talking so loudly?" The Heavenly Hound stammered. "Actually, she should be able to hear what you're saying now." Shadow Crow said, "It's okay, we're about to take off. She can't come down and beat me up." The Heavenly Hound asked, "Did you learn bad things from Ninetail?" "We won." "Relax, what's the point of being bitter and hateful every day?" Shadow Crow bumped the Heavenly Hound's shoulder and said, "By the way, if I really can't get the position of captain, you have to transfer me to your light chasing team." The Heavenly Hound asked, "Is it really going to last forever?" Shadow Crow was speechless. It was similar to the military plane that Jiang Shao took when he arrived. It was also a medium-sized transport plane that didn't have rows of seats. Of course, Jiang Shao didn't have to think about opening the small table and straightening the back of the seat. Apart from the roar of the military plane, the 40 soldiers were all quiet. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and took a nap for a while. When he woke up, he realized that second last had been lowering her head and staring at the ground silently. Jiang Shao bumped her shoulder gently and said, "This is very interesting. I'll get to know more light-chasing team captains after a few more missions like this." "Okay," second last said calmly, seemingly having something on her mind. "What's the matter with you?" Jiang Shao bent down and turned to look at second last. After staying silent for a while, second last said softly, "My application wasn't approved. The female leader's corpse and Starbead have already been submitted." "Oh, what's this?" "I'm here to carry out missions with you and fight alongside you, not to earn Starbeads," Jiang Shao said. In fact, he had already been rewarded with skill points in his internal star map. Besides, Second Last had also given him the star bead of the galaxy slave that she had killed. There were a bunch of star techniques with mud names, a few strange auxiliary star techniques, and a few offensive star techniques. That was rather interesting. Jiang Shao still had a bunch of shadow crow, creatures of other dimensions, star beads in his disaster ruins, which would be enough for him to groom Xia Yin or an interesting smuff. Besides, the two of them had been asked to meet the leader this time. How could they not be rewarded? Little comrade, there's something wrong with your thinking. I have to criticize you, Jiang Shao said as he patted Second Last's shoulder. Second Last turned around to look at him, giving him a great shock. However, Jiang Shao was relieved to see that she was smiling. Second Last said, "No, I know what my mission and responsibilities are. I'm very satisfied with this operation." Perhaps Second Last just felt that she hadn't fulfilled her promise to Jiang Shao. You said that you would work hard to fight for it back then. Jiang Shao seemed to have realized something and comforted her. This meeting should be a good thing, right? Due to the fact that there were many soldiers around, Jiang Zhao's words were rather vague, but Second Last understood what he meant. She said, "Be mentally prepared." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. "Did you hear something?" Second Last shook her head and said matter-of-factly, "You're a Star Warrior soldier. The more capable you are, the greater the responsibility you should bear. Star Warriors are different from ordinary soldiers, and there will be a huge difference in their careers. The difference in combat power between Star Warriors and their roles on the battlefield is more obvious, and the role that they play is obvious to all." Jiang Shao panicked and suddenly reached out to grab Second Last's sleeve. He said softly, "I don't have the ability to lead a team or be an official. Don't let me go." Second Last remained silent and simply stared at Jiang Zhao's pitiful expression. She knew that Jiang Shao was lying through his teeth. There was no doubt about his commanding ability, which had been tested and verified time and time again in actual battles. However, she didn't expose him and instead said softly, "That's what I'm worried about too. I'm willing to fight alongside you from the beginning to the end, just like always. However, there are some things that can't be concealed." Jiang Shao said softly, "You can't hide me? Did you grow up for nothing?" Second Last was dumbfounded. Chapter 550. On the afternoon of May 15th, a military plane slowly landed in a military base in Longan Province. Jiang Shao and Second Last followed the soldiers down from the back of the cabin. Under the scorching sun, a group of soldiers lined up and welcomed the return of the warriors. Jiang Shao followed behind the team. Fortunately, the welcoming ceremony was not too formal, and he reckoned that the representatives of the various troops should be there to pick him up. Jiang Shao also discovered a familiar figure, Feng Yi. Jiang Shao had only met this soldier once, but he had a deep impression of him. After the National High School League ended, the soldier barged into the locker room and tried to enroll Jiang Shao into the Northwest Star Warriors University. This soldier was also the one who handed the FMVP award to Jiang Shao. He was the one who gave Jiang Shao the Void Calamity Star Bead. The Calamity Ruin and the Space-Time Rift were two extremely precious star techniques that were also the main reason for Jiang Zhao's soaring combat effectiveness. Jiang Shao was able to be like a fish in water on the battlefield because of the help of the Space-Time Rift. He really had to thank the other party. As expected, Feng Yi, who was tall and had a stern expression, was there to pick Jiang Shao and Second Last up. In the past, Jiang Shao had rejected Feng Yi's invitation to join the army and the invitation to enter the Northwest Star Warriors University. Jiang Shao made it clear that he wanted to go to school and had no intention of joining the military for the time being. Besides, his goal was the Star Warrior Academy. On one hand, Han Jianshui's goal was the Star Warriors of the capital. On the other hand, Jiang Shao was afraid that it would be snatched away. He had long promised Second Last that he would join her team, but he was dragged away by the Northwest Legion as soon as the National League ended. What's going on? People must keep their promises. Then, Second Last was transferred from the Guardians of the Night in the North to the Northwest Guardians of the Night. Jiang Shao naturally became a member of the light-chasing team of the Northwest Guardians of the Night. Everything had been arranged in a clear manner. General Feng, he did not speak much. Together with a soldier beside him, they boarded a military vehicle and drove away from the military base. No one spoke in the car, and it was silent along the way. However, Jiang Shao was feeling suffocated. As soon as he leaned forward and tried to catch up with Feng, second last pressed him back into his seat. Wow, this is so uncomfortable. After more than an hour of driving, the military vehicle passed through layers of checks and entered a military camp. Feng arranged for the two of them to stay in a soldier's dormitory and said, "Rest today and be on standby tomorrow." Then he left. Rather than saying that this was a military camp, it was better to say that this was a half-military, half-civilian town. This kind of planning was very interesting. Of course, the barracks were completely sealed off, but a few streets away from the barracks were the people's living quarters. It was Jiang Zhao's first time in Longan province, and he really wanted to experience the local delicacies. At the very least, he wanted to go shopping and broaden his horizons. In the end, the dormitory that was arranged for them was facing each other. With second-last abilities, she would be able to hear anything that Jiang Shao wanted to do. Of course, if Jiang Shao really wanted to leave, no one could stop him. After all, he had the space-time rift to support him. However, Jiang Shao did not intend to court death in this military camp. He decided not to open the Shadow Ruins either, as it was easy for something to happen. Who knew what kind of great gods were hiding in this sealed camp? The gains would not make up for the losses, and he might cause some trouble because of his greed. So, hence, after washing up in the public bathroom, Jiang Shao returned to the dormitory and waited for a while. When he heard some sounds coming from the dormitory opposite him, he opened the door and walked over. Women are really troublesome. It takes so long to shower. This should be considered the reception area of the dormitory. The conditions were different from the living conditions of the regular soldiers. Although Jiang Shao went to the public bathroom, second-last room had a separate bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Shao knocked on the door. Soon, second-last opened the door with a towel in one hand and a hand on her wet hair. She was wearing a camouflage short-sleeved shirt and slippers. She looked down at Jiang Shao and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao asked softly, "Why don't you go shopping?" Second-last said calmly, "I'm on standby." Jiang Shao placed one hand on the doorframe and said, "Rest today and be on standby tomorrow. Why are you listening to your superior's orders?" Second-last frowned slightly, clearly reluctant to leave the military camp. Jiang Shao frantically said, "We only have Jincheng ramen at home. It's not easy for us to come here. We have to try the authentic taste." Second-last was unmoved. She took a step back and reached out to close the door. Jiang Shao hurriedly held the door open and said, "There should be plenty of beef and mutton here. Don't you want to eat them?" Second-last glared at Jiang Shao in annoyance and closed the door slowly. Jiang Shao tried to hold the door open, but he was no match for her in terms of strength. He frantically said, "Don't you want to try the grilled fish here?" The door that was closing slowly stopped, leaving a small gap. Jiang Shao was speechless. After a while, second-last said, "We only have military uniforms." That's a problem. Jiang Zhao's ink wash style was in the Scourge Ruins, and he couldn't take it out. Jiang Shao thought for a while and said, "Wait a while. I'll go talk to my comrades." "I'll do it." Second-last closed the door, changed her clothes, and walked down the dormitory. Jiang Shao didn't know who she wanted to talk to, but she told him to stay in the room obediently. Jiang Shao didn't dare to say anything or ask anything. Half an hour later, a man and a woman dressed in black shorts and a black short-sleeved shirt stood in front of a shop and looked up at the plaque. Jiang Shao asked, "We've been looking for Jincheng ramen in this town for a long time." The old man who was passing by smiled and said, "Ramen is what the locals call it. The locals call it beef noodles. This shop is pretty good." "Oh, thank you." Jiang Shao scratched his head and strode in. Jiang Shao and second-last were clearly carnivores. After eating a bowl of noodles each, they each ordered 5 plates of meat. Jiang Shao was so satisfied that he didn't feel homesick, second last, did not get to eat the grilled fish that she was looking forward to. Hence, the two of them hurried back to the dormitory. When Jiang Shao returned to the dormitory, he discovered that someone had been to the dormitory and had left behind a camouflage combat uniform and a Guardian Officer ID. Wow! Jiang Shao had always considered himself to be a Guardian of the Night, and he had never intended to violate the verbal agreement with second last. Now that the Guardian Officer ID was out, did it mean that he had officially joined the team? Jiang Shao picked up his Guardian Officer ID. He looked around and thought, I'm considered a legitimate person too? Since I have an official Guardian Officer ID, does it mean that I'm registered in the military? What about my original household registration? Has it been canceled? Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought to himself, did I lose my account because of this fight? But this Guardian Officer ID looks so good. Jiang Shao didn't mind at all. Anyway, he had already made up his mind to join the Guardians of the Night and had already promised second last. Hence, he definitely wouldn't go back on his word. It was just a matter of time. Now that someone had helped him with it, it saved him the trouble of going through the formalities in the future. Jiang Shao looked at the exquisite ID in his hand. It was squarish and made of black leather. There was no need to open it, and there was a special round shield logo printed on the outside. This shield was actually a modified version of the word Yi. The silver-white shield with the word Yi on it was black, and the more he looked at it, the more beautiful it looked. It was a little different from a regular soldier's ID. The Guardian Officer ID was flipped vertically, and there was a card inside that looked like an identification card. There was a half-length photo of Jiang Shao on the front of the card, which was obviously the registration photo of Jiang Shao when he entered the Star Warriors Academy. He wasn't wearing the Guardians of the Night uniform, but a white shirt with a bright smile on his face. The words Jiang Xiaopi were written below the half-length photo. The words Guardians of the Night Northwest were written below the name, followed by the words Light Chasing Team. The information was only about the Light Chasing Team and not the team. However, Jiang Shao was slightly surprised to see that the words on the ID that was printed with transparent patterns were much smaller, and the number of words had increased too. There was Jiang Zhao's personal information, and his position was also specific to the Tail Feather Team. Below that was the rank of First Lieutenant. Under normal circumstances, students from various Star Warriors universities would only be awarded the rank of First Lieutenant after they graduated and joined the various Star Warriors Army in China. However, Jiang Shao had just started his freshman year, and the date of issuance was stated to be October 2015. However, it didn't state the year he joined the Army. That data should be in more detailed documents and not reflected on the ID of the Guardians of the Night. However, Jiang Shao only came to this world in August 2015 and met second last. Hence, the time difference should be about the same. Of course, due to the fact that 16 years old was the publicly recognized age for awakening, there were differences in the age limit for Star Warriors and ordinary soldiers. If he was already a first lieutenant 2 years ago, Jiang Shao would be a captain by the time he was in his third year. Besides, that was only based on the number of years in the Army. There is a huge difference between Star Warriors and ordinary soldiers, and there were many cases of exceptions being made. It was a very special phenomenon. As an extremely high-risk and outstanding profession, the military ranks of the Star Warrior soldiers were mostly forced to be promoted due to their military positions. Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss. After all, he was still studying in the Star Warriors Academy, and the Guardians of the Night's ID clearly stated that Jiang Shao had already been employed 2 years ago. Jiang Shao thought about it and reckoned that it might be based on the time when he first met second last in the snowfield. There was no apprenticeship or probation, and he became a light chaser right away. What an exception! After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Shao thought that he was recruited into the army after he saved second last in the snowfield and started his military career. Of course, second last couldn't do whatever she wanted. Jiang Shao was recruited because of his hard work. Along the way, Jiang Shao had shown his outstanding side in all the competitions of various sizes. This time, he was assigned to save the situation in the nick of time and killed the female leader of the Dark Hall. That was another great merit. Everything that happened in the past few years had, in turn, fed back on the recruitment situation of Jiang Shao and second last when they first met in the snowfield. Hence, the so-called exception was made. Jiang Shao was very confident, and he felt that he was qualified to enjoy such exceptional treatment. Be reasonable. If the Guardians of the Night still don't take action, the Wasteland Reclaimer's ID will probably be issued soon. Chapter 551. At 4:50 a.m. in the morning, Jiang Shao heard the slogans below the dormitory building. Have the soldiers already started their morning exercises? 4:50 a.m., yeah, that's a reasonable time. Jiang Shao got up and went to the public bathroom to wash up with the basin and towel provided by the dormitory. When he returned, he found that the door of the dormitory opposite his was already open and the room was clear. Second last was dressed in a military uniform and seated on the chair. She seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, but there was a faint fluctuation of star power around her. Sensing that Jiang Shao had stopped in his tracks, second last didn't look him in the eye and simply said, "Get dressed and wait for orders." Oh. Jiang Shao walked into his room with the basin and looked at the black camouflage uniform that had been sent to him yesterday. It was the regular combat uniform of the Guardians of the Night, not the uniform for the awards ceremony. There was a black armband on the left arm with the word Knight written on it. Regular camouflage uniforms would usually display military ranks in the form of epaulettes or collar badges, but there was none on this uniform. Jiang Shao recalled the Guardians of the Night in the snowfield and realized that he had never seen them wear epaulettes or collar badges. However, the Guardians of the Night were all equipped with collar badges. Jiang Shao changed into the black camouflage uniform, put on a combat cap, and put on a pair of black military boots before tucking his trousers into his boots and tying his shoelaces. He walked towards a mirror and put his identification into his chest pocket before tidying up his clothes. He was a little nervous because he was about to meet a big shot. Okay, so Jiang Shao opened the door of the dormitory and looked at second last, who was seated opposite him. He said softly, "Let's go for breakfast." Second last was speechless. The military canteen was really good and Jiang Shao ate very comfortably. Different people had different standards for whether the food was delicious or not. For Jiang Shao, the quality of the food depended on his mental state after the meal. As long as he didn't miss home after the meal, it would be a good meal. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Shao followed second last into her room and asked her how he should salute. Although he was already an official member of the Guardians of the Night, Jiang Shao had never saluted before. Under second last's careful guidance, Jiang Shao straightened his posture and hands and waited for his superior to summon him. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Officer Feng Yi finally visited again and led Jiang Shao and second last out of the dormitory building before walking towards the internal buildings of the military camp. In a relatively independent courtyard, Jiang Shao and the others passed through layers of checks before entering the building and climbing up to the third floor. After waiting patiently for 20 minutes, under the guidance of Officer Feng Yi, the two of them walked into a place that looked like a conference hall. The two soldiers at the door were like dummies, motionless and solemn. There was no one at the huge conference table. Inside the conference room, there was an old man in casual clothes sitting on the sofa, quietly drinking tea. Feng Yi knocked on the door and said, "Sir." There was no surname, no military rank, and no uniform honorifics. The old man was about 60 years old. He was hale and hearty, and his hair was slightly white. He nodded at the door. Jiang Shao had never felt that second last was so solemn before. He saluted while she chanted. The old man, on the other hand, had a benevolent expression on his face. He smiled as he pressed down his palm and gestured for the two of them to enter. "Heroes have always been young," the old man said as he scanned the two of them from head to toe. His eyes were clear and bright. He wasn't as solemn as Jiang Shao imagined him to be. He was just like an ordinary, amiable old man. The old man said with a smile, "Last one, you've brought a good soldier to the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest." Jiang Shao was secretly amazed because it was the first time he had heard that address. He could tell that second last should have interacted with the old man before and was rather appreciated by him. Even though second last and Jiang Shao were extremely respectful and solemn, the old man still addressed her warmly. Second last stood straight and stared ahead, looking like she was being disciplined. The old man turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "I heard that you're the child of the Han family of the wasteland reclaimers in the north." "Yes, sir," Jiang Shao answered. The old man chuckled and said, "In the first 20 years, people will say that you're the child of the Han family. In the future, people will say that the Han family is your parents." "In the first 20 years? I still have 3 years to work hard. Is that considered a goal set by the commanding officer?" The old man smiled and turned to look at the door before nodding at Feng Yi. Jiang Shao was still a little confused, but second last had already saluted and turned around to leave. Jiang Shao hurriedly followed her out of the conference hall and met up with Feng Yi again at the door. What are they going to do? The two of them followed Feng Yi to the second floor, where they entered the same conference room as before. However, there were 2 rows of soldiers standing there. An hour later, Jiang Shao, who was still in a daze, was sent back to the dormitory by Feng Yi with a large red box and an exquisite crescent moon medal on his chest. Be it Jiang Shao or second last, they were both so excited that they couldn't calm down for a long time. The Crescent Moon Medal was a unique medal of merit for the Guardians of the Night, which was used to commend the soldiers who had made outstanding contributions during the battle. No matter how one looked at it, it was a real honor that was precious and rare. Just as Jiang Shao stood on the stage of the conference room and Feng Yi put the Crescent Moon Medal on his chest, he received a message in his internal star map. Unlocked merit system. Rewarded with 100 skill points. Obtained Crescent Moon Medal. Rewarded with 3,000 skill points. How do I resolve my worries? The only way is to get rich. Jiang Shao looked at the 3,218 skill points below him and was at a loss for words. He had never seen such a huge sum of money before. In Jiang Zhao's internal star map, the illusory Jiang Shao acted as the background, and the pitch-black upper right corner flickered, after which a round medal with a black background and silver edges appeared and hung high above. On the exquisite black medal, there was a silver crescent moon, which was the pattern of half a silver moon. The medal in his internal star map was dreamy, but the one in Jiang Zhao's hand was even more exquisite. The Guardians of the Night had their own custom-made medals that were divided into 3 levels. From the lowest to the highest, they were New Moon Medal, Crescent Moon Medal, and Full Moon Medal. As the name suggested, the lowest level was a crescent moon, which corresponded to a new moon. The second level was a half moon, which corresponded to a crescent moon. The highest level was a full moon, which corresponded to a full moon. Jiang Shao opened the crimson box and saw the medal and certificate inside. She was brave and tenacious in battle, resolutely carried out orders, completed combat missions with outstanding results, and made significant contributions. She is specially awarded the Crescent Moon Merit Award. Jiang Shao licked his lips and wondered, was it because I resolutely carried out orders and rushed over from Zhongyuan province? Or did he direct second last to kill the leader of the Dark Hall and turn the tide of the battle? Did he end the long battle by getting rid of the Dark Hall and ending it? Or perhaps, on the battlefield after the war, he went around treating and saving people, pulling his comrades back from the brink of death and healing them completely? Or all 3 aspects? Jiang Shao carefully put the certificate away and took off the Crescent Moon Medal in front of his chest. Looking at the exquisite medal that gave him 3,000 skill points, his mind began to wander. He had won the championship of the Provincial League and the National League. Although there were skill points as a reward, they were worlds apart from the merit. Indeed, a real man still has to fight on the battlefield and build a career. In that case, I'm now an official member of the Guardians of the Night. Besides, the highest commander of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest, as well as Feng Yi, did not intend to let Jiang Shao drop out of school. Jiang Zhao's other identity was still valid. As a student of the Capital Star Warriors University, he represented the country in the competition. If Jiang Xiao were to achieve outstanding results in the World Cup, he should at least be given the lowest level of the Crescent Moon Medal, right? How many skill points would the Crescent Moon Medal give? Of course, it would be less than 3,000, but it should at least be 1,000, right? There should be at least 500 of them. He could tell that there should be plenty of medals hanging in the upper right corner of the internal star map. Jiang Zhao's hobby of collecting medals had already begun to affect him. However, speaking of which, he was able to obtain the Crescent Moon Medal this time because of many factors. Jiang Xiao wasn't sure if he would have such an opportunity again in the future. Not to mention the highest level of the Full Moon Medal, which was almost impossible to obtain, right? Besides, the Guardians of the Night had 3 special merit medals. Did the Wasteland Reclaimers have them too? Did the Victor's Legion have them too? What about the Mountain Shattering Legion? What about the Guardians? What about the other special Star Warriors? Jiang Xiao frantically shook his head. It was a great idea, but reality wouldn't allow that to happen. The dual identities of a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice and a Guardian of the Night were already the product of special conditions. As for the other Chinese Star Warriors, Jiang Xiao definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Jiang Xiao turned around to look at the dormitory opposite him. The doors of the 2 dormitories were wide open, and Jiang Xiao could easily see Second Last sitting in front of the table, looking down and observing. Just like Jiang Xiao, she was awarded the Crescent Moon Medal. She was the one who slashed the demons and monsters with her sword. As the well-deserved leader of the Tail Feather team, she had also received the reward she deserved for her outstanding achievements in the mission of Conchent. Jiang Xiao put away the medal and strode over, only to realize that Second Last, who had always been sharp, didn't seem to have noticed his arrival. The reward in the internal star map made Jiang Zhao's thoughts wander, and he didn't realize the true meaning of the medal. To Second Last, who was a Guardian of the Night, the Crescent Moon Medal was the greatest honor and reward she had received in her military career. Second Last was a mature soldier with a firm belief. She didn't need external reminders or encouragement because she clearly knew what she wanted and what she wanted to do. However, what was engraved on the back of this Crescent Moon Medal was her blood and tears. As cold as she was, a trace of reminiscence appeared in her ice-cold eyes. Her long fingers gently caressed the silver crescent moon. The scene was so beautiful. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but extend his hand and press it gently on her head. The world was colorful and bizarre, but that was only on the surface. In fact, the world was not as beautiful as people imagined it to be. Many people in this world were looking for the meaning of their lives and the value of being alive. The medal reminded Second Last of her memories. Perhaps she was reminiscing about her cold and cruel career in the military and the days when she had to struggle and advance. Jiang Xiao just wanted to rub her head gently when she wasn't paying attention. Finally, he had a real story to tell. Chapter 552. On the afternoon of May 16th, at Jinqing Zhongchuan International Airport, Jiang Xiao changed his boarding pass and put on a set of China-style clothes. He also put on an ink-style cap with the brim of the cap on it. He then looked at the crowd around him quietly. The people were in a hurry, and the sound of announcements could be heard from time to time in the airport. Although everything seemed ordinary, it was healing Jiang Zhao's heart. That was the normal world. It was busy, noisy, and even slightly noisy, but made Jiang Xiao feel extremely at ease. The man in the suit and leather shoes might be worrying about the meeting tomorrow. The young man holding a book might be worrying about the company interview. The laughing family of 3 might be making travel plans, and the beautiful rivers and mountains of the outside world might be imagining. I've already communicated with your teacher and the supervisor. Second Last hung up the phone and turned to look at Jiang Xiao, only to see a woman in an elegant dress, wearing a sun hat, and playing with a 3-year-old child in her arms. Jiang Xiao said, "Seeing this scene, do you feel that everything you've done is worth it?" Second Last looked away like an emotionless robot and continued, "They want you to return to the team before the 25th. Your itinerary is to set off for Neon on the 26th. Oh, the higher-ups have approved me to go abroad, right? Jiang Xiao asked as he turned to look at Second Last. They've approved it. Just use your student identity to participate in the World Cup. There won't be any mistakes, Second Last said. Second Last thought about it and continued. If there's such a mission in the future, I'll pick you up and send you back. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, It's all right if there's no conduit. There are so many tasks here, so let's not add to the mess. It's different how we go back. Second Last nodded and didn't say anything else. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, You said yesterday that you have a new appointment. What do you mean? Second Last asked, Didn't you understand? Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said awkwardly, The alcohol content of Liangzhou Xiaobai is too high and the alcohol is too strong. Second Last leaned forward slightly and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, My team has always been independent. Regardless of a level, my team has always been independent, and the members have always been incomplete. That's why I have to lead apprentices. After this mission, my superiors have instructed me to take on more responsibilities. I can slowly choose my team members, but I have to lead a few teams first. Jiang Zhao's ears felt a little itchy, and he vaguely recalled what she said last night. Yes, I wanted to ask yesterday. Have you become a platoon leader from a squad leader, or a company commander, or a battalion commander? Second Last said softly, None of them count. Our formation and combat style are different from that of normal troops. I'll lead 3 teams to test it out. Then, I'll lead 12 light-chasing teams and form an independent battle array. You know the situation both at home and abroad. You have to be on standby at all times. I can call you back at any time. Jiang Xiao tilted his body and rubbed his ears. You're too picky. Aren't Tengu and Shadow Crow great? Why can't they become your official members? Second Last shook her head and said, I'll transfer the 2 of them to me and let them lead a team each. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, Okay, leader. Let me know when you find someone you like. Second Last said, Okay, let's go. Jiang Xiao carried his school bag and stood up. Call me any time. I'll come back any time. Didn't you say that dying by your side is much better than dying outside? Second Last stood up and looked at Jiang Xiao silently, after which her stiff facial muscles relaxed a little. She rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently and said, Go ahead. Jiang Xiao tilted his head and broke free from the palm on his head. He then walked towards the security check with his boarding pass. Second Last said, Identification. Jiang Xiao hurriedly took out his Star Warrior ID and Beijing Star Warrior ID from his school bag. During the security check, he was inevitably questioned and recognized. He was also inevitably brought into the hut. After giving his signature to the lady at the security check, Jiang Xiao left unscathed. After walking out of the cabin, he realized that Second Last had yet to leave. She was looking past the security check post and into the cabin. Jiang Xiao waved his hand at her, and Second Last nodded slightly before turning around to leave. Phew! Jiang Xiao sighed deeply and looked at his boarding gate before looking around. With the enthusiastic help of the security lady who chased after him, Jiang Xiao hurriedly scurried away. The lady was so enthusiastic that she even wanted to lead the way for him. Jiang Xiao almost teleported into the plane. But then again, if Jiang Xiao didn't come to the airport and instead hung out in the city, he could teleport into the plane when it flew over his head. Wouldn't that save him a lot of trouble? Forget it. It's too dangerous. I'd better abide by the law and be responsible for the lives of others. Kids shouldn't imitate. Okay, go ahead and imitate. You guys don't know how to teleport anyway. There were no direct flights to Shudu in Jincheng City. Hence, Jiang Xiao landed at Xanadu, Xinjiang Airport 2.5 hours later. The high-speed rail would take him 20 minutes to return to Shudu, but it was a long way from the airport to the high-speed rail station. Jiang Xiao finally had a chance to play with his mobile phone. He had been busy with battles and awards for the past few days. Besides, Second Last had been by his side all the time. Hence, Jiang Xiao didn't have much time to play with his mobile phone. However, Jiang Xiao knew that Song Chuanxi's team had been selected for the national team, which also meant that there would be 2 freshmen in the national team this time. Besides, they were both from Beijing Star Warriors University. It was worth mentioning that although there were no changes in the number of main students participating in the individual competition, there were 3 teams participating in the national team competition, which was one more team than in previous years. Among the 3 teams, one was from Beijing Star Warriors University, one was from Shanghai Star Warriors University, and the last was from Xiangnan Military Academy. The big shots of the 3 teams were all present. The traditional tycoons weren't just for show, and their abilities weren't just for show. The truth was laid out before them. As for the remaining 2 substitute teams, they were also unexpected. One was from the Army Engineering University of Haisu Province, while the other was from Zhonan Star Warriors University in Jiangxing City. It could be seen that unless one's true strength passed the test, any accident could happen in the single elimination competition. It wasn't that the Army Engineering University and Zhonan Star Warriors University weren't strong. They were definitely top-notch, since they could be selected as substitutes. However, relatively speaking, some of the teams that were eliminated were top-notch in terms of strength. None of the teams were from ordinary local colleges. Among the 5 teams, they were either from the Star Warriors University or the Military Academy. What really made Jiang Xiao feel that it was interesting was that Dai Luan and Mi Yan's team encountered the powerhouses of Shanghai Star Warriors University during the quarterfinals. Even if they lost during the quarterfinals, they would still have a chance to fight and snatch a place as a substitute. However, if they lost during the quarterfinals, what else could they do then? The 2 schools, Beijing Star Warriors University and Shanghai Star Warriors University, had always maintained an intense competitive relationship. Dai Luan's loss this time was not only because he couldn't participate in the World Cup, but also because he couldn't add a shining resume to his life. He also made people criticize him badly. The problem was that the people of Shanghai Star Warriors University were only looking down at Dai Luan's team as if they were the victors. However, the students of Beijing Star Warriors University were really criticizing Dai Luan. They might hold back a little when they met in school, but what was there to be afraid of online? Criticize. Puke. Although I can't do it, I won't embarrass myself. You clearly can't do it, so why are you still going up to play? All of a sudden, Dai Luan's actions during his time in school spread like wildfire and attracted a lot of attention and criticism. If Dai Luan and his team continued to advance, there wouldn't be a problem. History books were always written by the victors. Under the glory of achievements, there were some things that could be covered up or even ignored. Now, the 2 low-level cadres, Director Song and Director He, had really managed to snatch a place in the main team of the national team with their freshman teammates. On the other hand, Dai Luan, who had a smooth journey and had been sabotaging others, was eliminated. Not only was he eliminated, but he was also eliminated by their arch-rival, Shanghai Star Warriors University. There was a huge uproar on the internet. It had been almost 10 days since the competition, and the hype had all passed. However, the popularity of the competition had not diminished at all. After all, the national team qualifier was no longer considered a hot topic. It was just like a base station that everyone wanted to take advantage of. Jiang Xiao casually scrolled through Weibo and felt that there were indeed many gurus on the internet. The jokes that people made up for Dai Luan were rather interesting. Stop slandering Dai Luan. He was the one who saved me when I was lost. Isn't it just that he didn't get selected for the national team? He's the one who used his actions to tell me that I can do it too. He's been suppressing the other team for several years, forming cliques and isolating his classmates. I bet you didn't expect a snow goddess with 30-star slots to appear in year 1. Dai Luan and Song Chuanxi have joined forces to prove that the best are always in year 1 and the best are always the juniors. The news about the national team qualifier caused a huge uproar. The news about the national team's individual competition was also extremely popular. The Capital Star Warriors finally regained their dignity and recommended 3 people to advance to the next round. On the other hand, Shanghai News only reported that Ember was the only one. Wu Xiaojing, who was a military doctor from the East China Navy, could also be considered to be able to support the situation. The Xiangnan Military Academy, which had been happily watching the drama unfold, was completely defeated this time. They were completely defeated in the individual competition and didn't even manage to get a substitute. However, the Xiangnan Military Academy had strict discipline and never participated in any disputes. Hence, it only attracted the doubts and discussions of ordinary netizens. Among the members of the national team, the one with the most traffic was Jiang Xiao, who hadn't posted on Weibo for a long time. The national team ranked 4th. A medical star warrior. Can you believe it? That little toxic healer actually ranked 4th in the national team's individual competition. The most important thing was that the competition authorities strictly blocked the news and only gave Mother Yang the exclusive report. Although there were no specific scenes of the competition, the rankings were supported by the results. Only the little toxic healer from the Capital Star Warriors defeated Xie Yin from the Central Plains. Then, there was no more. Then, the little toxic healer ranked 4th. There's no next round. The official explanation was that the little toxic healer was unwell and had voluntarily given up on competing for the captain's position. Unwell? Who are you trying to fool? There's a bunch of medical awakened staff present. How can the contestants be unwell? Besides, the little toxic healer is a great healer. How can he be unwell? Why do the remaining 3 people have to go straight to the round-robin stage and fight for the captain's position? Could it be that the little toxic healer's childish temper is acting up and he doesn't want to play with his brothers and sisters anymore? Of course, Jiang Xiao also saw the post that was full of doubts, but he could only sigh. Indeed, I'm throwing a tantrum. There's no point in playing with my brothers and sisters. It's more exciting to kick the female goddess of Starfall off her pedestal. Chapter 553. As the train arrived in Shudu City, Jiang Xiao followed the crowd and hailed a cab. However, he did not return to the team immediately and instead headed to the top of the ancient tower on the outskirts of Shudu City. The players selected for the individual competition did not leave Shudu City and instead participated in the national team's training. With the help of the coaches and analysts appointed by the officials, the contestants would participate in the training to ensure that they were in a competitive state. They would also receive targeted training to improve their combat abilities. Second Last had already informed the relevant leaders, and Jiang Xiao just had to return to the team. But return to the team? Is that Jiang Xiao's character? If he returns to the team now, he probably won't be able to come out. At this moment, Jiang Xiao had an immature idea in his head. As the cab stopped at the entrance of the military camp on the top of the ancient tower, Jiang Xiao scanned the QR code and paid the fare before getting out of the car with a school bag. Jiang Xiao discovered that he enjoyed another benefit, which was to show his face. Even though Jiang Xiao had yet to take out his Star Warrior identification card, the expression on the guard's face was obvious. Have I seen this kid on television before? Isn't he the star student from the Capital Star Warriors University? Jiang Xiao walked all the way to the training spot on the top of the ancient tower with his Star Warrior identification card and student identification card. He was rather familiar with the place. After all, before the start of the national team selection, the Capital Star Warriors University had organized Teacher Fong to lead a team of 3 students, including Jiang Xiao, to train and familiarize themselves with the creatures of other dimensions at the top of the ancient tower. Jiang Xiao walked all the way into the hall of the central building, only to find that the soldier who received him looked rather familiar. The soldier obviously knew Jiang Xiao, the celebrity, and was rather friendly towards him. However, he looked behind Jiang Xiao in bewilderment, but he didn't see anyone else enter. He couldn't help but ask, "Where are your teachers and classmates?" Jiang Xiao said, "I came on my own." Yes, Jiang Zhao's plan A was to capture a gold-quality partner and throw them into his Scourge ruins to continue training with his Galaxy Stage decoy. Of course, he had to seize every opportunity to train. Plan B was to capture 2 or 3 silver-ranked silver companions or grass companions to train with his bait. With the biological characteristics and intelligence of the grimacing monks, they would not kill each other when there were humans around. Instead, they would join forces to attack Jiang Xiao. The Galaxy Stage decoy Jiang Xiao should be able to deal with 2 to 3 silver monks. At present, Jiang Shao was still unsure which plan would be more effective. Hence, he decided to let facts speak for themselves and find a suitable training plan for himself. You came by yourself? Hearing this, the soldier nodded silently. We all know that you have been selected for the national team, so we can't let anything happen to you. If you come on your own, we will need at least 2 soldiers to accompany you for training. Jiang Shao grinned and thought, that's the rule here. There's nothing much to say. The other party was responsible and kind-hearted, but Jiang Shao came here because he wanted to stir up trouble. How could he let others see it? The soldier continued, I strongly recommend that you hire 3 soldiers to accompany you into the ancient tower. Don't worry, they are experienced and will not delay your training. At the same time, they will protect your life to the greatest extent. Jiang Shao was speechless. The soldier turned around and gestured for Jiang Shao to follow him. Pay here. I'll give you the list of soldiers. You're a medical awakened star warrior with independent combat ability, right? Let me see how we should coordinate with your team. Jiang Shao and the receptionist soldier walked towards the window, where one of the soldiers had already handed over a list. Jiang Shao asked, Friend, what's your name? Soldier, Wu Ku. Oh, Mr. Wu. Jiang Shao tugged at his sleeve and took 2 steps back. Looking at Wu Ku's bewildered expression, Jiang Shao said, I don't need anyone to accompany me. I'm going to go in and train by myself. Wu Ku's expression was serious. He shook his head firmly and said, Absolutely not. This is against the rules. For your own safety, we cannot let you enter the top of the ancient tower alone. Jiang Shao was speechless. Wu Ku, if you don't abide by the rules, please leave immediately. Jiang Zhao's mind raced as he looked at the extremely serious soldier in front of him. Jiang Shao took off his backpack and unzipped it. Let me show you something. Don't make a sound. Wu Ku looked at Jiang Zhao's actions coldly and said, The star warriors who train here are all very rich. Mr. Jiang Xiaopi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Jiang Shao froze for a moment. Does this guy think I'm going to bribe him with money? Why do you think so? Something like this has probably happened here many times. Jiang Shao looked at Wu Ku dumbfoundedly and said, Are you dreaming? If I have money, I'll give it to you. Can I go get some skewers by myself? Wu Ku was speechless. Jiang Shao opened the interlayer of his ink backpack and took out a black leather ID. He whispered, Don't make a sound, don't make a sound. Wu Ku frowned, and his expression changed immediately afterwards. He stared at the silver round shield on the leather ID in shock. There was a word Yi on it. The 2 of them were like lawbreakers in the streets and alleys, whispering to each other and sneaking glances at the things in the backpack. Such a scene happened in the reception hall that was filled with surveillance cameras. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but look over. Wu Ku reached into his bag and touched the silver round shield with the word Yi written on it. After a while, he squeezed out a sentence. Student Jiang, forging an ID, especially one from the country's special forces, will result in a very severe punishment. You're still young, and you've already been selected for the national team. You have a great future ahead of you. I advise you. No, I can't advise you. I should arrest you. Jiang Shao was speechless. Wu Ku took out his Guardians of the Night officer ID and flipped it open to check while muttering softly, Northwest Guardians of the Night? Light-chasing team? Young man, you're good. This certificate is pretty decent. Huh? This transparent stamp. Where's the anti-counterfeiting logo? Jiang Shao was speechless. Wu Ku flipped the back of the ID and was dumbfounded when he saw the information. Forget about the Guardians of the Night. How dare you print a light-chasing team? Forget about the light-chasing team. The specific information on the back was actually printed with a designation of the light-chasing team. Tail feather team? Oh my God. Young man, are you trying to go to heaven? But the date of issuance, the serial number, the official seal. Why does it look more and more like it's not fake? Wu Ku closed the ID, looked down at Jiang Shao, and said, Stand here and don't move, I'll go. Before Wu Ku finished speaking, he changed his mind and said to the 2 soldiers who were standing guard at the side, You 2, come over and take him to the reception room over there. Keep a close eye on him. The 2 soldiers hurried over, grabbed Jiang Zhao's shoulders, and took him away. While being led away, Jiang Shao yelled, "Don't make a fuss, friend. Let's settle it among ourselves." Wu Ku ignored Jiang Shao and hurriedly scurried up the stairs with his identification document. He had no idea where he was going to report to. Half an hour later, a middle-aged soldier who was dressed neatly led the dumbfounded Wu Ku into the reception room. He saluted and said, "Comrade Jiang Xiaopi. Hello, I'm from the North China Guardians of the Night, 3rd Battalion of the 32nd Regiment." No. Jiang Shao waved his hands and hurriedly got up. He then seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly returned the salute. After all, the light-chasing team was special, which was why such a scene happened. The officer handed the ID to Jiang Shao and asked, "What instructions do you have?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at the dumbfounded Wu Ku. "I don't have any instructions." Wait, I have instructions." The officer asked, "What instructions?" Jiang Shao thought for a while and said, "I want to go in and see the brothers on duty and check this one at the top of the ancient pagoda." Wu Ku asked tentatively, "Supervise the maintenance of order around the holy ground, as well as the management of the various key areas?" Snap! Jiang Shao snapped his fingers. "Yes, that's it." The officer was speechless. "You're from the Northwest Guardian of the Night. Why are you here in North China to supervise and inspect? It's not that there aren't cases of cross-inspection, but Captain Chaser should be the one leading the team. You've just joined for 2 years." The officer looked at Jiang Shao with a smile on his face and said, "I heard that you're going to do the inspection alone." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, you guys accompany me. It'll be easier for me to get into trouble." The officer pursed his lips and said, "Take a look at the guardians on the 1st floor. It'll be very dangerous if you go further up. It's not appropriate for you to go alone." Jiang Shao said, "Okay, it's decided then. By the way, I don't have to buy tickets, right?" The officer was speechless. Jiang Shao said apologetically, Sorry, I don't have much experience. I'll look for the Guardians of the Night who are on duty at the reception next time I go to another experience point." The officer thought to himself, this kid is not only going to freeload here, but he's also going to freeload in other places in the future. If Jiang Shao knew what the officer was thinking, he would definitely retort, "What do you mean by freeloading? I'm here to supervise the inspection. Yes, I'm here to inspect the work. Damn it, I'm so shameless, huh?" Jiang Shao sighed. He was indeed inexperienced, but Second Last had given him a bad example. Back then, when Second Last brought Jiang Shao to the Volcano Dimensional Space and the Arsenal Dimensional Space, she did not look for anyone and simply flashed her identification to get the soldiers to let her in. Jiang Shao thought about it and felt that it was still a problem of age. He was indeed too young, and no one believed him. Great. Now that he had been reported to the higher-ups, the tail feather team that he was in would definitely receive the news. Second Last would definitely know that he did not return to the team on time and went to the top of the ancient tower. Wu Ku, who was at the side, was also extremely upset. What's going on? Why did they find out that he's a legitimate light chaser? Isn't this kid a student from the Star Warriors University? When did he infiltrate our army? I was thinking of interrogating this brat to find out where he got a fake ID. Chapter 554. It's a 4,000-word chapter at the end of this volume. I hope everyone likes it. Please give me some tickets. That night, Jiang Shao walked out of the top of the ancient tower. In his Scourge ruins, a few figures were engaged in a heated battle with the decoy, Jiang Shao. Facts had proven that bait with the physical fitness of a galaxy stage could compete with a gold-grade king creature. Besides the gold-quality creatures at the top of the ancient tower, the Golden Companion and the Roe Companion were different from the other gold-quality creatures. The Grimace monks were clearly more focused on techniques, and their star techniques were more supportive. They did not have the massive size and brute strength of the Ape Ghoul King. Hence, Jiang Shao, who was also willing to compete in techniques, discovered that a gold-quality Golden Companion could not satisfy him at all. Hence, Jiang Shao threw another robed companion in, after which the situation got out of hand. If Jiang Shao hadn't entered the Scourge ruins in time, he would have probably died again. The star techniques of the robe companion were disgusting. The Fuguang robe and starlight robe were both good and would increase one's defense. However, the gold quality star technique, starlight robe, came with a relatively strong anti-shock effect, which made Jiang Xiao, who did not have any star techniques, miserable. Hence, Jiang Xiao killed the robe companion and threw another golden companion in, but the situation was still not ideal. Jiang Xiao then tried a combination of 2 to 4 silver quality monks. The decoy Jiang Xiao could train hard with his swordsmanship, fists, and daggers, but he lacked a sense of urgency. It couldn't be helped because there was a qualitative difference between the physical fitness of the galaxy stage and the nebula stage. After a few hours, Jiang Xiao figured out a combination of 1 golden companion and 2 silver companions, which was very effective. Not only did it give him a sense of urgency in crisis, but it could also maximize Jiang Xiao's various skills. It was perfect. After figuring out an impressive sparring lineup, Jiang Xiao stopped while he was ahead and hurriedly returned to Earth. After showering and changing, Jiang Xiao picked up his bag and got ready to leave. When he picked up his phone, he saw a text message from second last. Return to the team. Jiang Xiao thought about it and replied, "Are you flying back to Jincheng?" After a while, when Jiang Xiao got into a taxi outside the experiential point, second last sent him another message. "National team," she said. There was also an exclamation mark at the end, which gave Jiang Xiao a great shock. He dared not reply to her again. "Where to?" the driver asked. Jiang Xiao looked at the screen of his mobile phone and hesitated for a while before saying, "Shopping? Where can I find clothes?" "Driver, all right." After driving for a while, Jiang Xiao gave Han Jiangxue a call. On the phone, the song Adelina by the Water once again brought Jiang Xiao back to his high school days. Jiang Xiao was listening attentively when the call got through, and Han Jiangxue's familiar voice sounded. "I'm back," Jiang Xiao said. "I arrived safely. Don't worry." Han Jiangxue asked, "Return to China?" Jiang Xiao stammered and continued, "Let's talk about it when we meet." "How are you? I saw the news. You guys have already been selected? Congratulations, little Jiangxue. You're really a role model for us freshmen. Go." Han Jiangxue spat on the ground. Her attention was not on herself at all. Instead, she continued to ask, "Did you go overseas for a mission? Are you all right? How's your condition?" The fact that Jiang Xiao could get through the phone meant that he was fine. In fact, Han Jiangxue was most worried about Jiang Xiao's mental state. After all, Jiang Xiao had a criminal record. Jiang Xiao had been taken away by Han Jiangxue many times, and there were a few times when he was in a bad mental state. Even though he had already adjusted his mental state when he met Han Jiangxue could still see the huge changes in Jiang Xiao. Of course, Han Jiangxue didn't think that her naughty brother would suffer from hipster symptoms. Without a doubt, Jiang Xiao might have experienced unimaginable pain and torture during a mission. Jiang Xiao wasn't in a good state during those few times, and he just died more often. Jiang Xiao asked, "Condition?" "I'm in a good state, don't worry. By the way, what's your schedule?" "I don't think we're going back to the capital. We're still training." Han Jiangxue paused for a moment before continuing, "We're still making arrangements to decide on the final team composition." "Huh?" Jiang Xiao asked in bewilderment. "Haven't you already advanced? I saw the news on the internet." "Yes, that's the news of victory, the results of the university, and the rankings. We're still making arrangements for the final team composition. There shouldn't be many adjustments to the members of the 3 main teams. Those analysts always talk about chemistry. They're still comparing the strengths and weaknesses of all the students in the qualifiers. The substitutes are from the university, but there might be a change of members." "Oh, that's good," Jiang Xiao said, feeling relieved. "I'm just calling you to let you know that I'm safe. Everything's fine now. Remember to inform me after the schedule is confirmed. I'll return to the team soon, too." "Be careful," Han Jiangxue said softly. "I haven't seen you in a long time." Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before saying, "I haven't returned to the team yet. I can look for you first." "No," Han Jiangxue said sternly. "You're also a member of the national team, so you have to abide by the rules. I just want to see you and confirm if you're really all right." I believe you. You won't lie to me, right? Don't worry, Han Jiangxue said, they called me. I have to go and continue to evaluate my star technique data to ensure that I won't be eliminated from the team. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, Okay, hurry and go. Just perform normally. It'll definitely be fine. Han Jiangxue said, Okay, hurry and return to the team as soon as possible. Don't go out and play, okay? Hearing Han Jiangshue's childish voice, Jiang Shao couldn't help but purse his lips and hang up the phone. Of course, he had to return to the team. However, before that, Jiang Shao planned to customize a special short-sleeved shirt. Night fell. The commercial street was brightly lit, bustling with traffic and a hubbub of voices. Jiang Shao lowered his cap and walked through 3 or 4 shops before finally seeing one that had a similar style. The shop attendant watched the young man walk in curiously. He was wearing an ink cap with the ancient town of Jiangnan printed on it. The brim of the cap was lowered, and he looked rather mysterious. Jiang Shao said, I'd like to customize a t-shirt. The shop attendant blinked and felt that Jiang Shao looked familiar. Smack! Jiang Shao reached out and waved his hand in front of her face to catch her attention. Your styles are very similar. Jiang Shao then gestured to the ink painting hanging on the wall. Sure. Do you have any requirements for the design? I have a lot of alternative designs here. You can come here to take a look. The shop attendant walked towards the interior of the shop where there was a computer. No, I'll give you the design, Jiang Shao said as he followed her in. The requirements are simple. The shop attendant asked, What is it? A white short-sleeved shirt, Jiang Shao said. On the front, the calligraphy should be bigger and have 2 numbers, 29. The shop attendant said, Oh, okay. Print it on the top and bottom with a slight tilt so that the 2 words overlap. It'll look good. Jiang Shao nodded and said, On the back, the calligraphy should read, Immortal Hero. The shop attendant noted down the requirements and said, No problem. Please leave your address and pay the deposit. I remember now. Are you Jiang Xiaopi? Shoo. Jiang Shao hurriedly raised a finger and said, It's very important to me. I want to wear it to the competition. It'll be my lucky shirt. Can you hurry up and make it? The shop attendant's eyes lit up and she frantically said, No problem. Absolutely no problem. Hurry. I'll deliver it to you within 2 days. You're going abroad soon, right? I see you've been selected for the national team. Awesome. Thank you, Jiang Shao said with a nod. The shop attendant was extremely enthusiastic. Come, we'll make the design now. Take a look at it and see if you're satisfied. Jiang Shao came personally for that. After fiddling with the shop attendant for a long time, he was finally satisfied. He left the hotel address and the deposit, along with an autograph, before leaving in a hurry. Jiang Shao finally slowed down after walking for 2 blocks. I'll wear this short-sleeved shirt under the national team uniform. I'll fulfill my promise, and you guys will accompany me. Jiang Shao, who was walking with his head lowered in the crowd, vaguely heard a familiar voice. So, what's your suggestion for the new generation of medical awakened Star Warriors? Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks, but he was forced to take 2 steps forward by the crowd behind him. The person behind him squeezed past Jiang Zhao's shoulder and walked over. However, Jiang Shao turned around and looked up, only to see that the glass display cabinets in the shopping mall were filled with various models of televisions. The same channel was being broadcasted in the TV wall. Jiang Shao was slightly dazed. Is this the interview with Yi Xuanyang on People when I entered the top 32? Was it yesterday or this morning? The night guard had just informed me that I would be returning to the team, and yet the interview was broadcasted tonight? Under the night sky, the light from the TV wall, it contrasted with Jiang Zhao's figure in the crowd, carrying his school bag and looking up. Jiang Shao and the host, Yi Xuanyang, were seated in front of a round glass table and chatting face-to-face on the TV. Jiang Shao looked at the camera with a solemn expression and said, Any medical awakened has to identify their foundation. Medical star techniques are the real weapons that allow you to gain a foothold. It's fine if you want to take on more responsibilities, but the premise is that you have to do your job well. Otherwise, It will be a huge waste of your medical talent. Hee hee. In the image, Yi Xiunyang, who was dressed in a black suit, looked elegant and smiling. Let's get back to you. Why do you want to compete in the World Cup? You're only in year 1, so you have plenty of time to grow. In the image, Jiang Xiao, who was seated in front of the glass table, said, "You know my results." Yi Xiunyang said with a smile, "The Beijing Provincial High School League, the Beijing Provincial Second Wasteland Reclamation Competition, the National High School League. Your student career has been amazing. You've won the highest honor in each stage." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "So it's time for the World Cup." Yi Xiunyang raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "Do you mean you want to win the World Cup too? Can I understand it that way?" Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "I shouldn't be here." Yi Xiunyang was slightly stunned. "What?" Jiang Xiao leaned back against the seat and rubbed his buzz-cut hair. "According to what people think in their hearts, according to their judgments and predictions, I shouldn't be sitting here. I shouldn't have skipped a grade and joined the school tyrants of Jiangbin High School. I should have been studying in year 2 classes and training in the field. I shouldn't have won the Provincial League Championship, the second Wasteland Reclamation Competition, and the National League Championship. I shouldn't have won the MVP award in the finals. I shouldn't have been specially recruited to enter the Capital Star Warriors Academy. I shouldn't have been recommended by the Capital Star Warriors Academy. I shouldn't have participated in the national team when I was in year 1. I shouldn't have made it to the top 32. Yi Xiunyang leaned forward slightly and said, "What are you trying to say? But I'm here now, sitting in front of you, participating in the interview for the top 32. Jiang Xiao smiled and gestured to the seat under his buttocks. "I've done all the things that I shouldn't have done, all the things that people have predicted, expected, and judged that I shouldn't have done." Yi Xiunyang nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, "2 years ago, when I first awakened my star map, would you believe me if I told you that I would achieve all of the above?" Yi Xiunyang smiled and shook her head. "Of course I wouldn't believe it. How could I?" Jiang Xiao nodded matter-of-factly and said with a smile, "In that case, if I say now that I'll make it to the top 8 and be selected as the starter, would you believe me?" Yi Xiunyang paused for a moment. After a while, Yi Xiunyang looked at Jiang Zhao's childlike expression and shook her head gently. "No, I don't believe it. It's too difficult for a medical awaken support. The rules of the preliminary round have changed this time. You've entered the semifinals, but the next stage is a real 1v1 elimination round." Jiang Xiao asked, "When is this show going to be broadcast? I initially wanted to interview you because you've achieved excellent results, but it seems that your goal is more than that." Yi Xiunyang smiled and said, "In this case, if you're selected as the starter for the national team, this interview will be broadcast. If you're eliminated, this interview won't be broadcast. What do you think?" Jiang Xiao could tell that she was mostly teasing him. However, Jiang Xiao said with a serious expression, "In that case, when this show is broadcasted, if I say that I'll break through the best ranking in the World Cup for auxiliary support, will you believe me?" Yi Xiunyang's eyes lit up and she said, "Oh, Jiang Xiaopi, I thought you were a child who liked to laugh and play around. Now, it seems that you're more like a warrior than I thought." Jiang Xiao looked at Yi Xiunyang with a serious expression. "I shouldn't be here." Yi Xiunyang looked at Jiang Xiao silently, and the interview between the two seemed to have come to a standstill. After some editing, Yi Xiunyang said, "My colleague once used a sentence to describe your career as a Star Warrior. His original words were, 'From the moment you awakened your star map, you've embarked on a path to the Saint Hall.'" Jiang Xiao asked, "The path to the Saint Hall?" Yi Xiunyang nodded and asked, "What do you think?" "Huh. Under the television wall and outside the glass display cabinet of the shopping mall." Jiang Xiao lowered his head, lowered the brim of his hat, and turned around to join the crowd. Chapter 555. On May 26th, at Qingdao City Luting International Airport. In the waiting room, a youthful and beautiful scene attracted the attention of many passengers. It was a team of nearly 20 people who were dressed in the same uniform as the surrounding tourist groups. However, unlike the uncles and aunties who were traveling, this special team was dressed in a red and white national team uniform. Those who were also dressed in the red and white national team uniform were obviously teachers, team leaders, and other staff members. Of course, there was no lack of powerhouses among them, but after years of training, they knew how to restrain themselves. In comparison, these 10 valiant and heroic young men with extraordinary temperaments had become the focus of attention of the crowd. Any one of them alone would be the best of the best, let alone all 10 of them together. The sound of shutters filled the air, and some passengers even turned on the live stream to take pictures of the faces of the students one by one. Ho Mingming sat on the chair with her head lowered and elbows on her knees. She placed her palms on her forehead and looked like she was trying her best to tolerate it. She had been sitting there for half an hour. Ho Mingming had sharp senses, and she had already heard many aunties criticizing her. What made Ho Mingming furious was that she actually heard people talking about how the next generation of babies would definitely be healthy. Wu Xiaojing put her cap on her face and said helplessly, "Why do we have to leave from Qingdao? Why don't we go to the VIP lounge? Why don't we charter a plane? Why do we have to be treated like a panda here?" Ember said, "It's cheap. It's cheaper to go from Shanghai to Neon. Okay?" Wu Xiaojing answered subconsciously, but she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She removed her cap and realized that Ember was speaking to her from the same city. Wu Xiaojing's expression immediately turned sullen, and she retorted in her native dialect, "Shikai, stop gossiping." "Oomph, am I talking to you?" Empress Jiang Xiao humphed. Jiang Zhao's faint voice could be heard. "I miss the feeling of saying everything. I miss the feeling of dreaming together. I miss the feeling of wanting to love you even after we quarreled." Ember was dumbfounded. Wu Xiaojing was dumbfounded. The two of them turned around in bewilderment, only to see Jiang Xiao resting his elbows on his knees and resting his chin on his hand. He was staring at the ground with a dazed gaze and singing a bitter love song. Finally, a middle-aged woman took action. She had brought her phone and photos to the blind date. However, his target was neither Ho Mingming nor the beautiful Wu Xiaojing, but the gentle Exinian. "Huh?" Ho Mingming suddenly turned her head, scaring the people around her. The students with perception-type star techniques also turned around to look. At the next moment, another large team walked in wearing the same red and white national team uniform. To the surprise of all the passengers, the atmosphere in the departure hall suddenly changed. Although both teams were wearing the red and white uniforms of the national team, the atmosphere was tense as both sides stared at each other from afar. As the national teams were competing in the team competition, they had a numerical advantage. However, in terms of momentum, the national teams didn't lose out in the slightest. The slightly noisy departure lounge suddenly became silent, and the voices of the aunties also stopped. The leaders of the two teams quietly stood in the middle of the two teams to prevent any conflict from happening. The group of children were all elites and not stupid. Of course, they wouldn't make low-level mistakes here. However, the characteristics of the Star Warriors made them full of the desire to compete and fight. The two teams battled and sparred with each other, finally deciding on the rankings. After nearly a month of getting used to each other, they could be considered to be united in their respective teams. At the very least, they were at peace with each other on the surface. However, to the outside world, not to mention the fact that they were from the same national team, Ho Mingming was from the same school as Wu Yao. Hence, there was no delay in provoking and demonstrating. Both sides were the best among their peers, and the genes that flowed in their blood made it impossible for them to be amiable. Whoosh! Everyone felt their vision blur. Jiang Xiao instantly appeared in front of Han Jiangxue and lifted her up with his hands under her armpits. All of a sudden, the expressions of the national team members changed slightly. Teleportation. Space-time gap. Even if they were lucky enough to see such a magical star technique, they would never be able to get used to it, even if they had seen it many times. "That's awesome. I knew you could do it." Jiang Xiao lifted little Jiangxue up and even spun in circles happily. Kiss, hug, raise me up. Jiang Shao was about to lean his face forward, but Han Jiangxue pressed her hand on his forehead and pushed his head away. Put me down. Although Han Jiangxue's expression was cold, she was actually filled with the joy of reunion. However, Jiang Zhao's actions made her feel like kicking his butt. How old is she? Huh? She's even spinning in circles? There's so many people watching. Jiang Shao lifted Han Jiangxue up and tried to lean forward, but Han Jiangxue pressed her hand on his face and pushed his head away. Jiang Shao had no choice but to put her down. Damn it, there's something wrong with the sequence. Kiss, hug, and lift her up. Of course, you have to kiss her first. After hugging and lifting her up, you have to kiss her. She would have already reacted to it. It was the same as stroking a cat. It either depended on the master's mood, or you had to catch them off guard and seize the opportunity. Yo, Xiaopi, long time no see. Su placed his hand on Jiang Zhao's left shoulder and patted him comfortingly. At the side, Song Chunshi patted Jiang Zhao's right shoulder and said with a gentle smile, "Little rascal, your scheme has failed, hasn't it?" Han Jiangxue said, "Go sit over there." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Han Jiangxue gestured to an empty sea in the distance and said, "I'll have a chat with you." Oh, Wu Yao rubbed her clean, short, blonde hair. Someone's going to be scolded. Russia, stop talking. You're covered in the smell of smoke. We still have to wait for a few more hours. Can you resist smoking? Russia. Jiang Shao reminded Wu Yao of her need for nicotine in a cheapskate manner, and then fled while Wu Yao was still in shock. A few seconds later, Wu Yao raised his eyebrows and stared at Jiang Shao with a cold gaze. He couldn't help but smack his lips and reach for the cigarettes in his pocket. Song Chunshi grabbed Wu Yao's wrist with one hand and chided him. "You just finished smoking." Wu Yao looked upset and smacked her lips again. She couldn't help but look around. However, Song Chunshi knew that she was looking for the smoking room. Jiang Zhao's actions completely dispelled the tense atmosphere between the two teams. Wu Xiaojing clicked her tongue in wonder and said softly, "No wonder he's the social belle of the capital." Xian Ian was speechless. Wu Xiaojing turned around and saw Xian Ian snickering. Xian Ian stood up and sat over, seemingly trying to avoid Wu Xiaojing's photo killing. He leaned towards Wu Xiaojing and asked in an ethereal voice, "Why is he a social belle?" Although they were of the same age, Xian Ian's petite appearance made Wu Xiaojing feel like a little sister. Wu Xiaojing couldn't help but smile and say, "No matter how strong or difficult someone is to deal with, he can deal with them. That fiendish Xing Yin, that arrogant Home Mingming, and even that taciturn Xie Yin, Shrimpy, can chat cheerfully with him." Ember nodded in agreement. "It's not bad for him to be the captain." "He's the captain?" Zhao Wenlong, who was seated at the back, said while holding a thermos flask in his hand, "I'm afraid he's going to lead our entire team astray." Phew! Zhao Wenlong blew on the tea and moved his lips closer to the thermos flask. Slurp. Ha! The national team members were teasing each other, and it was rather harmonious. On the other hand, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue sat in a corner and reported the situation of the mission to her softly. After all, it was a special military operation, and Jiang Shao did not go into too much detail. He simply mentioned that he had gone to Kongjind to help the locals destroy the holy ground. Jiang Shao leaned towards Han Jiangxue's ear and said softly, "Hey, by the way, I've seized a bunch of gold-quality star beads. They're from the Dark Hall dimensional space unique to Kongjind Republic. Are you interested?" Han Jiangxue's voice was very soft too. After all, there were too many people around. The star bead that could transform into crows? Yeah, the 1-star technique is to summon crows. The 2-star technique is to make crows explode, and the 3-star technique is to transform into crows and hide in crows. Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, "It's very tempting, but I don't have enough star slots. I only have one usable star slot left. Do you think I should absorb it?" Jiang Shao could absorb all the star techniques in a star bead that could be upgraded. However, it was different for the others. Normally, they would absorb 1-star technique. Even though Han Jiangxue was talented and extremely compatible with flames, She had only absorbed 2 star techniques in 1 star bead, the fire summoning star bead. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Forget it. It's more flashy and more suitable for Xiaoyan. Don't learn it. Use explosive power to push your way through. That's better than anything else. By the way, where's Xiaoyan?" Han Jiangxue said softly, "She's in school, but in order to accommodate the golden age of the world, the school will end her lessons in early June. She said that she'll rush over to cheer us on in about a week." Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "Cheer you on, huh?" Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao and changed the topic. "The teachers gave me some star technique options. They said that I'm definitely going to advance to the Starfall stage, and it's just a matter of time. So, I don't have to rush to absorb star pets. I can absorb star techniques for my last star slot first." Jiang Xiao blinked and asked, "Deal with the World Cup? It's not impossible, but the problem is, what star techniques should I absorb?" Han Jiangxue hesitated for a moment and said, "They said that I lack a star technique that can sustain a large output, such as meteor fall or lightning storm." Jiang Xiao humphed and said, "Don't listen to them. It's a 4-man team. Why do you need a large output? Wait until you join the army in the future. What you need now is a star technique that can teleport, cut in, and escape from the battlefield." Han Jiangxue smirked and said with a hint of pride, "I've participated in all kinds of competitions and seen countless powerful star warriors. There are only a few who have star techniques like space encapsulation and a few who have star techniques like teleportation." Jiang Xiao asked, Han Jiangxue said, "You're the only one." Jiang Xiao smiled when he saw her smile. He took out a silver-white ribbon from his pocket and said, "Of course, it's just me." Han Jiangxue glanced at the headband in his hand and hesitated for a moment before turning around. Jiang Xiao grabbed the black headband that was tied up her ponytail and pulled it down. She couldn't help but shake her head from side to side. "Oh." Her long black hair was scattered and flowed down like a waterfall. It was as black as ink, and her hair was like silk. Jiang Xiao brushed the long hair in front of him and asked softly, "Should I tie it higher or lower?" Han Jiangxue lowered her eyes and said softly, "Whatever." Jiang Xiao muttered softly, "Make it higher, then. I'll give you a skyscraper." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Chapter 556. On the afternoon of May 26th, at the Haneda International Airport in Edo City, the capital of Japan, under the illumination of the flashing lights, more than 50 people dressed in the uniform of the Chinese national team were walking hurriedly with their heads lowered. Under the guidance of the staff, they walked out of the airport and dashed into the bus that was coming to pick them up. Jiang Xiao, who was walking quickly with his head lowered, vaguely heard the shouts of Chinese. The 2 buses were more than enough to accommodate more than 50 people. Due to the fact that the competition was different, the members of the individual competition and the team competition were managed separately from the training and assembly to the departure of the team competition members. "Is everyone here?" On the bus for the individual competition members, the leading teacher stood in front of the bus and yelled while enduring the flashing lights outside the window. Fang Xingyun hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Xiaopi isn't here yet. Has anyone seen Jiang Xiaopi?" At the same time, on the bus for the team competition members, Jiang Xiao sat down in the back seat by the window and placed his hand on the seat by the aisle. He said to Wu Yao, who was following behind him, "Someone's here." Wu Yao was unruly and unruly. She didn't care that Jiang Zhao's hand was still on the chair and simply sat down. Jiang Xiao hurriedly retracted his hand and said, "Hey, are you asking for milk?" Wu Yao looked at Jiang Xiao impatiently and said, "Did you get on the wrong bus? Go away. You're sitting in Song Chuanxi's seat." Song Chuanxi, who was behind Wu Yao, was a little dumbfounded too. She stared at Jiang Xiao in a daze and asked, "How did you sneak in?" Jiang Xiao pinched his collar and stretched it outwards. "What do you mean sneak in? I'm a national team member too, okay? Jiang Xiaopi, is Jiang Xiaopi here?" At the same time, the leading teacher at the front of the bus yelled. Jiang Xiao subconsciously shrunk his neck and hid quietly. Wu Yao grabbed the back of Jiang Zhao's neck and lifted him up like a bamboo rat. Here, the leading female teacher looked at the resentful Jiang Xiao and hollered, "Go back to your bus. The hotel we're staying in is different." All right, Jiang Xiao said helplessly and squeezed out of the aisle. He then looked at the bus behind him through the rear window and disappeared in a flash. The male teacher in charge of the bus at the back was startled when someone suddenly appeared beside him. After seeing that it was Jiang Xiao, the teacher in charge hollered furiously, "Jiang, small, naughty. If you're going to be naughty again, you're going to be a substitute. There are plenty of people watching your position." Jiang Xiao shuddered in shock and hurriedly walked to the back. This car was much more spacious than the one in front, so everyone could sit casually. While walking along the aisle, a strong arm suddenly appeared and blocked Jiang Zhao's way. Jiang Xiao looked down and realized that it was the big bald Xing Yin. Xing Yin looked up at Jiang Xiao and said, "Continue to be mischievous. Don't be afraid." Jiang Xiao grinned and decided not to walk to the back. He squeezed past Xing Yin's body and sat in a seat near the window. "Why? Do you want to go on stage?" The king of duelists from the southwest coldly snorted. "Nonsense," Jiang Xiao said. I'm ranked 4th. You shouldn't be staring at me. You should be staring at the 8th. Huh? Jiang Xiao felt a sharp pain in his head. He hurriedly leaned forward and turned around. However, he saw that Xian's pretty face was filled with anger, and she was pinching a few strands of hair in her hand. Jiang Xiao said, "My hair is so short. How can you pull it out?" Xian glared at Jiang Xiao and sat down. Jiang Xiao sighed and said, "As expected of a woman who can be in the top 8. Strong." Xing Yin subconsciously rubbed his big bald head. Hong Mingming, who was in the front row, stood up and took the initiative to maintain order. Shut up. Keep quiet. Slurp. Huh." That night, Jiang Xiao experienced the congestion from Jianghu City. He looked at the foreign country under the night sky and felt very strange. After all, the skin color of the people here was similar. The passers-by walking on the road were not as exotic as Miss Wu Yao. As the car drove steadily and turned into a hotel, Jiang Xiao saw the welcoming crowd on both sides of the road. "China will win. China. China." All kinds of slogans finally converged into one simple word. China. Banners, shouts, and cheers accompanied by the cheering crowd gave everyone in the bus a jolt of energy. Are these local Chinese people living here? Or are they people who came from China? On the bus, the students who were sitting in the aisle got up one after another and looked out of the window. Jiang Xiao only felt a huge palm pressing on his shoulder, but he did not break free. At this time, Jiang Zhao's eyes were fixed on the crowd that was congested at the entrance of the hotel square and holding up signs. In particular, a little boy with the color of the star red flag painted on his face was holding up a small red flag in his father's arms and waving it back and forth. This made Jiang Zhao's heart stir. He had struggled all the way to this day. He wanted to wander in this strange and dazzling world and also wanted to do something meaningful. Jiang Zhao's identity was very special. He had entered a secret battlefield and carried out missions silently in places that people did not know about. The scene of the excited crowd in front of him made Jiang Xiao know that there were many meaningful things. To him, although there were different routes to the same destination, the scenery on the road was really different. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but reach out and wave at the child. The little boy hid in his father's arms shyly and smeared the paint on his face on his father's white shirt. However, his father didn't care at all. He was holding onto a small red flag in his other hand and waving it at Jiang Xiao. With the help of the staff, the bus finally passed through the crowd slowly and entered the hotel square. The group of people who were welcoming them were blocked outside the gate of the square. As the bus came to a stop, the students walked out in a single file. What no one expected was that everyone was extremely familiar with every contestant, as if they were talking about their family treasures. Even though there were very few scenes of their matches in the qualifiers, their past and their journey of struggle were all dug out after they donned the national team's uniform. Every time a person alighted from bus, The crowd in the distance would shout out their name. Ho Mingming! Ho Mingming! Even the arrogant Ho Mingming couldn't help but raise her hand and gesture slightly before turning around to walk towards the hotel. Fan run. Xian. Ember. Wow. Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiaopi. Charge. Jiang Xiaopi. Charge forward. Jiang Zhao's appearance caused the cheers to be much louder. Jiang Zhao's feet flashed, and a bright golden halo appeared quietly. At the next moment, the bright golden halos of nostalgia lit up at the feet of the cheering crowd at the door. Even though they were in front of the brightly lit hotel, the group of people who were stepping on the halos of nostalgia were still dazzling and eye-catching. Then, the cheers got louder. The faces of the well-wishers and cheerful faces were imprinted in his mind. Jiang Xiao raised his right hand high and followed the team towards the hotel with his head lowered. It seemed that there were many more reasons for them to win. That night, everyone received their room cards and checked into the hotel. Jiang Xiao and Master Zhao were assigned to the same room. There is a great advantage of staying with the veteran cadres, and that was that they could turn off the lights early and sleep early. The disadvantage was that Zhao and Long woke up early too. Jiang Xiao would be woken up by the sound of Zhao when Long drinking tea without the need for an alarm. Everyone thought that they had nothing to do that night, but they were notified one by one. They quickly rested for half an hour and had to meet at the auditorium on the first floor of the hotel at 19:30 p.m. At 7:20 p.m., under Fang Xingyun's lead, the Star Warriors trio arrived at the hotel's auditorium. The group of participating students and teachers had already taken their seats, and the small auditorium was silent. At 19:30 p.m., a staff member with a nameplate on his chest appeared on time and began to lecture everyone. This year's Star Warriors World Cup is jointly organized by Japan and Kimchi Nation, so you have to be prepared to fly back and forth between the two countries. Compared to the participating students from other regions, we are very lucky. We almost don't need to adjust to the time difference. The audience in the arena can expect that there will be many people from our country coming to cheer for you. That is your advantage. Put aside all your dissatisfaction and complaints and overcome all difficulties. Your only goal is to win. In this year's Star Warriors World Cup, there are a total of 652 contestants from more than 113 countries and regions who have qualified for the competition. There is no such thing as a qualifier. There is no such thing as an elimination round. For you, every match is a finals that will determine your fate. If you win, move on. If you lose, go home. Of course, that's on the premise that you can still make it home alive. There are many deaths in every Star Warriors World Cup. For you, this is not just a competition, but a battle of life and death. You are Star Warriors, born warriors. In this World Cup, victory or defeat represents life and death. Due to the unpredictable nature of the battle, there may be some contestants who will not participate in the next few rounds. However, please give up on that thought. That person will definitely not be you. If you can win, your competition schedule will be very tight. This is not only a competition of your combat strength, but also a competition of your willpower. Over the years, due to various reasons, there have been some students who have withdrawn from the competition during such a tight schedule. I hope that all of you can persevere until the end and do your best to complete every match. However, I also hope that if any of you have any physical, psychological, or spiritual problems, or if any symptoms are left behind during the match, don't just stand there silently. Use your pride in the right place and inform us in time. We will do our best to help you overcome the difficulties. Don't force yourself just because you are afraid of being asked to withdraw from the competition. However, I have to warn you first. If we analyze that you are disqualified and can't participate in the next round, you must withdraw from the competition. I know this might be the only chance in your lives, but believe me, the road of life is still long, really long. 3 days later, at 8 a.m. on May 29th, we will watch the first round of the draw ceremony in this auditorium. Your number will be your ranking in the team. The leader on the podium said loudly. On June 1st, the finals will officially begin. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. On June 1st, it will be the first round of the finals that belongs to you on the world stage. Don't let be the last round. I wish you excellent results and all the best. Do you all understand? Yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. The leader nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Now, come up and collect your number." The 10 of them went up the stage to collect their clothes according to their ranking. Jiang Shao received his number 4 uniform, which was a set of long sportswear with gold, red, and white colors. The background was white, and the sleeves were red. The words China were printed on the right chest, and there was a red star flag on the left chest. On the left shoulder of the red left sleeve, there was a dragon character written with a brush. The dark golden characters were like dancing dragons and phoenixes, as if they were words and paintings at the same time. The dragon's tail swayed down, extending from the left shoulder to the left cuff. It was extraordinarily suave. The short-sleeved shirt and pants were pure white with the Chinese flag printed on them. Be it the long-sleeved jacket or the white short-sleeved shirt, there was a bright red number printed on the back without any names. There was only the country and the number, but no names. Jiang Shao hugged several sets of battle robes tightly and walked down. Regardless of how windy and rainy the June weather was, Jiang Shao was prepared to always wear the long-sleeved jacket. He wanted to wear his lucky shirt inside. Chapter 557. Today, 12/17/20. Asking for monthly votes. May 29th. In the auditorium on the first floor of the hotel where the students were staying. The 10 students and the leading teachers were looking at the big screen in front of them. The lot drawing ceremony was about to begin. There were a total of 652 contestants participating in the competition. Due to the tight competition venue, the students would have to pack their bags and head to their respective competition zones to prepare for the competition after the lot drawing. On the big screen on the stage, photos were scrolling back and forth. Every half-length photo that appeared would be marked with the flag of the corresponding country at the top right of the head, followed by the name of the corresponding university and personnel written in English at the bottom. The lot drawing ceremony for the individual competition had been going on for a while, but none of the Chinese contestants had appeared. The black-skinned, white-skinned, and differently styled faces appeared on the big screen. The more they looked at it, the more nervous they felt. Finally, there was a commotion in the auditorium. "It's here. The first contestant from China." Xiaoyan's half-length photo appeared on the big screen. He was dressed in a national team uniform, and his fists were wrapped in black boxing bands. He even had one end of the black boxing band in his mouth. His head was slightly tilted back, and he seemed to be tearing it apart forcefully. He seemed to be concentrating on tying the boxing bands. Jiang Shao pressed his hand against his chest. "Oh my God, this is so cool." Xiaoyan, who was in the auditorium, simply covered his face with one hand and hung his head low, feeling a little embarrassed. He was a warrior, not a celebrity. He wasn't good at putting on a show, but after gathering in China, they all took the so-called promotional photos at the request of the officials during the training process. However, this photo was taken by a photographer while Xiaoyan was waiting for his makeup photo to be taken in the waiting room. In the photo, Xiaoyan's expression was focused and his movements were natural, which perfectly reflected his true mental state. A few seconds later, a dark-skinned girl with dreadlocks appeared on the big screen next to Xiaoyan's huge half-length photo. She had white teeth and was smiling brightly. She was dressed in a blue and white national team uniform, and the Stars and Stripes flag was also hanging in the upper right corner of her half-length photo. The two photos were locked, and after confirming that there was no mistake, a huge VS appeared between them. Then, the huge numbers 76 to 2 were engraved on top of their heads. Wow, the first battle is against America. This is going to be difficult. Indeed, it won't be easy. The staff members quickly got to work, searching for information to find a location of examination room 76. The number 2 behind it represented the order of the matches in that venue. Number 76, Kimchi Nation's Ren City, venue, Ren University Stadium. With that, the students looked at Xiaoyan with pity in their eyes. This brat had only gathered here for a few days and had not even warmed his seat yet, and he was already leaving for kimchi country. Due to Xie Yan's reticent personality, he rarely interacted with the other contestants. Jiang Xiao slapped him on the back and said, "Diss her to death. See you in Edo." Edo was the capital of Japan, and it was also the venue for the finals. Hence, Jiang Zhao's intentions were self-evident. Xie Yan pursed his lips. It was not painful, but he was shocked by Jiang Xiao. People all over the world were watching the lot drawing ceremony. They wanted to know when the players from their countries would play and who their opponents would be. At the same time, there was a buzz of discussion in the cafeteria of Star Warriors University. China was 1 hour later than Japan, and it was the revision week before the exams. Hence, there were no classes at all. At 7:15 a.m., most of the students did not choose to leave after finishing their meals. Instead, they stayed and looked up at the television hanging above the cafeteria. A few minutes later, loud cheers could be heard from both the cafeteria and the dormitory buildings far away. Ho Mingming! Ho Mingming! Ho Mingming! He was the pride of China and the pride of Beijing Star Warriors University. The captain of the national team for the individual competition of the World Cup and the king of duels of Beijing Star Warriors had appeared. On the big screen, there was a red and white national team uniform, with a red star flag hanging in the upper left corner, flashing slightly. Ho Mingming was wearing a pure white cap. He raised his chin slightly and tilted his head, looking at the people in front of the screens around the world in a condescending manner. Oh my God! He's indeed the Devil King. He's getting more and more stylish. He's too damn handsome. Who's courting death? Let's welcome the victim. In the crowded cafeteria of Beijing Star Warriors University, the students held their breaths and stared at the photos on the right side of the big screen. A few seconds later, a national flag that everyone was familiar with appeared in the upper right corner of the picture on the right. It was a blue ball with a green background and a yellow frame. The Federal Republic of Brazil. The young man in the photo was wearing a yellow and green national uniform. He had deep eyes and a handsome face. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and lowered his head to look at the people in front of the screen. The middle school students in the cafeteria cheered again. It's stable, it's stable. It's not challenging at all. I can't do football. You can't do fighting. Among the crowd, Xia Yan's hands were trembling with excitement. She stared at the big screen with her beautiful eyes and searched for the familiar figure in the photos that flashed by. She had never thought that she would have such a strong sense of participation as a spectator. She felt a sense of honor and pride. She had a hunch that Shrimpy was coming. However, her hunch was wrong. 5 minutes later, the next Chinese national team member was Xian, who was hugging the little Trant. She was a gentle and quiet girl with a smile on her face. She was very polite. The little Trant in her arms had a green head and was looking at the camera with an adorable expression. Xian was in the second seat. The students hurriedly looked at the contestant on the left, only to discover that he was a contestant from the African island, the Madagascar Republic. In the beginning, the white, red, and green flag hanging above the students made many people confused about which country it was. Seeing such a division, everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Compared to the superpowers and traditional tycoons, the Star Warriors from these countries were relatively weaker. What everyone didn't expect was that after a short 2 minutes, everyone's breath of relief was lifted again. Master Zhao is here. The first seat is confirmed. The second seat is being selected. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Wenlong's half-body photo. His posture was almost the same as Xie Yan's. Is this considered cosplay? Zhao Wenlong was also wrapped in a boxing band and had one end of a boxing band in his mouth. His head was tilted back slightly, and the boxing band on his fist was pure white. There was not much difference between the black and white boxing belts, which confused many face-blind foreigners. They felt that this contestant from Huaxia had appeared once before. The person on the right was finalized, and the crowded cafeteria fell silent. Look at the flag. Stars and stripes? Is it the United States again? How did Xiao He and Xiao Bai get into a fight with the United States? The young Caucasian man on the right had a personality. He was laughing maniacally. He had a head of messy blonde curls, and his big mouth was almost reaching his ears. However, no matter how maniacal his smile was, there was no smile in his eyes. His blue eyes were wide open. His eyes were big to begin with, and people were afraid that his eyeballs would fall out of his eye sockets. How did this guy pass the trial? Although your country is very casual and likes to show off your personality, isn't this a little too much? Waves of demonic aura rushed out, and the cafeteria buzzed with discussion. What's this? What a showy display. Send him away. Damn it. This is the one-on-one king of the United States national team. Damn it. What bad luck. It's not as exaggerated as you think. The so-called one-on-one king of the team is just that no one is willing to fight with such a lunatic. Clearly, the appearance of this battle had caused the atmosphere in the cafeteria to drop to a freezing point. Finally, a girl stood up and shouted, "So what if he's the one-on-one king of the United States? My Long Long is also the one-on-one king of China. He clearly won first place after giving way, but he was just being modest." All of a sudden, everyone responded. That's right. There's nothing wrong with it. Kill this guy. He's pretending to be a coward. Is there a problem with the drawing of lots? Why are there so many star warriors from the big countries? Don't talk. Don't talk. God Pi is here. Everyone looked up, only to see a toxic healer in the national team uniform appearing on the big screen. He rubbed his buzz-cut hair with one hand and smiled shyly, revealing his white teeth. Look at how normal we're smiling. Yeah, the toxic healer is so cute. Cute. The character image on the right quickly changed. At the next moment, a dark-skinned, curly-haired man was fixed. He was burly and had a fierce gaze. He looked just like King Kong. The style of the two of them was completely different, all right. At the same time, a series of gasps could be heard. To the neighboring Asian countries, especially Tintu, who kept provoking and saying harsh words. In the hearts of the Chinese students, this student's reputation was much higher than the king of one-on-one in America. India's god of war, Xiangbat. The first match is against the god of war. This boss is India's national team leader. His mouth is big and stinky, and he clamors for revenge every day. He really met a Chinese team member. There's definitely something wrong with the drawing of lots. Why are we matched with such opponents? Why does he want to take revenge? It's because of the previous World Cup. Our national team member eliminated his brother in the first round. It's a historical issue. Xia Yin listened to the discussions of the surrounding students and couldn't help but feel nervous. Are we going to face such a strong opponent in the first round? He's called the India's god of war. At the same time, Jiang Xiao, who was far away in a hotel in Edo City, Japan, became one of the players that everyone was worried about. The other one was, of course, Zhao Wenlong, who had encountered a lunatic. The staff member walked towards Jiang Xiao and sat down. He held a document in his hand and pointed at the serial numbers. Your battle number is 282-1. The venue is in Nagoya City, Nagoya University Stadium. You'll be the first to fight. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, no problem. After signing and confirming, the staff member left with the documents. Fang Xingyun sat down and said gently, don't worry. This person's reputation is greater than his strength. His incantations are a little tricky, but you have purification and silence. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, me? Worry. Fang Xingyun could not help but feel relieved when she saw the confident smile on Jiang Zhao's face. She rebuked gently. He's known as the India's god of war. Don't let your guard down. No one who can enter the World Cup is weak. Jiang Xiao grinned and chuckled. In my eyes, there's no strong person. All of a sudden, all the Chinese players looked over. Jiang Xiao hurriedly covered his mouth. Oh no, I've been exposed. He had accidentally blurted out the truth. How am I going to get along with my teammates in the future? Chapter 558. Cheers for the fallen leader of Dark Wings. On the 1st of June, it was drizzling. Japan, Nagoya City, Nagoya University Stadium. For matches would be held in the stadium, each lasting 20 minutes. If one party voluntarily admitted defeat or was deemed by the referee to have lost the ability to fight, the match would be stopped immediately. Any additional attacks after the match was stopped would be severely punished, and there might even be the risk of being disqualified from the competition. At 7:50 a.m., the university stadium was already crowded with spectators from all over the world who had flocked to various venues in Japan and Kimchi Nation to enjoy the World Cup that was held once every 2 years. Among the students competing today, the most famous one was the toxic healer of China, Jiang Xiaopi, and the Indian war god Xiangbai. One was an unconventional support, while the other was the Iron Yama and the god of war Xiangbai. Due to the fact that there were only 8 Chinese students, the other contestants did not draw the first match, even though the competition had started at the same time. Hence, the Battle of Nagoya was specially broadcasted in China. CCTV television station. CCTV television station. Hello, everyone. We're now broadcasting the first match of the Star Warriors World Cup, which is located in venue number 282 in Nagoya City. I'm the host, Wan Ming. The female host at the side said, I'm the host, Yi Xuanyang. Wan Ming said, the first match is between student Jiang Xiaopi, who represents China, and the captain of the Indian national team, Xiangbai Duta, who is also known as the Indian war god. Before the match, many experts in the country made predictions for the match. Unexpectedly, the predicted data turned out to be 50-50. But internationally, the experts' predictions are one-sided. They think that Xiangbai will win by an overwhelming margin. Yi Xuanyang smiled and said, Student Jiang Xiaopi has been changing the way the people view him and the medical awakened through his achievements time and time again. Now, it seems that the people of the world still need some time to get used to this child who is constantly writing miracles. Wan Ming said, Xuanyang, you've interviewed Jiang Xiaopi alone, and you know him better than we do. Do you think he will win this match and give our national team a good start? Yi Xuanyang looked at Jiang Xiaopi, who was warming up on the screen, with a look of reminiscence in her eyes. I don't think he will stop there. He said himself that he would break the best result in the history of the auxiliary awakened in the World Cup. Wan Ming smiled and teased. Seems Xuanyang trusts Xiaopi a lot. Outside the cage, Jiang Xiao tiptoed and jumped gently. Behind him, the spectator stands were already filled with red flags. Good luck, Jiang Xiaopi. Charge! Charge! China. Huaxia. Xia family saber art has leveled up. Platinum quality level 1. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, an incredible thing had snuck in. What did he get before the match? Fang Xingyun was standing next to Jiang Xiao. Teacher Fang was also dressed in the national team uniform. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Xiao. Zhao Wenlong and Ho Mingming were brought along by the staff. She followed Jiang Xiao to Old House City. In comparison, Fang Xingyun was more worried about Jiang Xiao. No matter how confident Jiang Xiao was, his opponent was too powerful. Due to the large population of India, there were many powerful Star Warriors. Since Lin Li could become the captain and was known as the Indian war god, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Beep, beep, do. The referee's whistle sounded. At 7:55 a.m., the players from both teams entered the arena and got ready. The competition would begin at 8 a.m. sharp. Jiang Xiao carried the giant sword and strode into the cage, while Teacher Fang instructed him. The positions of the halves were also decided by drawing lots. Jiang Xiao was assigned to the eastern half of the field. The Tan Xiangbai, who was tall and burly, strode towards the opposite half of the field. As he stood still, Xiangbai's strange English accent could be heard from afar. Trash, do you speak English? Jiang Xiao froze for a moment. Is this the thrilling trash-talking segment before the competition? However, Xiangbai did not care whether Jiang Xiao responded or not. He wrapped his hand around the mini microphone and scolded. Little bastard, how did you get into the World Cup? You must have spent a lot of money, right? How can an assistant get into the national team? You don't have any strength at all, so you spent money to get your opponent to put on a show? Your blessings are bullsh asterisk T. Your reign is bullsh asterisk T. And your results are bullsh asterisk T. Fighting with you is really dirtying my hands. Little bastard, hurry up and go back to your elegant and easygoing, fragrant words. In the noisy stadium, it was difficult for the audience to hear Xiang Bai's words clearly. However, judging from his expression, he seemed to be provoking Jiang Xiao. After all, he said trash at the beginning. Jiang Zhao's reaction to Xiang Bai, who did not know what was going on, was to be confused. Jiang Xiao had made it all the way to the 4th place in the national team, and his results were obtained through real combat. Yet, Xiang Bai suddenly scolded him from this angle, which made Jiang Xiao a little dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Why is his mouth so smelly? Is there really such a person in this world? Does this guy have a lot of such experiences? How chaotic is his team? Xiang Bai glared at Jiang Xiao and continued to scold him. Bullsh asterisk T. Trash. Jiang Xiao frowned and said, Mad dog. Xiang Bai was stunned. Beep beep. Beep beep. The referee's whistle sounded again, and Xiang Bai hurriedly let go of the mini microphone. His body tensed up, and he glared at Jiang Xiao with his eyes wide open. Jiang Xiao tugged at his national team uniform and dragged the giant sword behind him. The referee's whistle sounded again. The competition began. Jiang Xiao raised his left hand, and a beam of blessing shone down. Xiang Bai suddenly tilted his body and dodged Jiang Zhao's blessing. At the same time, he spouted nonsense again. However, with the mini microphone, his words were much more civilized. You don't deserve to stand here. Your blessing is trash. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Don't dodge if you think my blessing is trash, right? Jiang Xiao immediately adjusted his mindset. He could tell that there was something amiss from the simple details. After all, Jiang Zhao's blessing was extremely fast, and Xiang Bai couldn't have reacted on the spot. He must have predicted it and dodged in advance. That should be Xiang Bai's tactic. He's acting like a mad dog and acting crazy on the surface, but he's actually being cautious. Not bad, not bad. Interesting. Xiang Bai's words were not simple trash talk either. Under the stimulation of star power, his voice even overlapped, and the sound effects were explosive. It was a sound-type star technique unique to Tinta that could interfere with one's state of mind, causing them to be upset and confused in less severe cases. In severe cases, they might even lose their minds and become mentally deranged. Jiang Xiao obviously wouldn't stand on ceremony with him. He raised his hand and cast sound of silence. Shut your stinky mouth. While scolding, Xiang Bai extended his right hand, only to see his arm elongating infinitely. An illusory giant palm overturned the grass in a way and pushed towards Jiang Xiao. I didn't receive your money before the competition. How are you going to win this competition? Go back to your... ahem. Xiang Bai suddenly coughed loudly. After being smashed by sound of silence, he finally felt his true strength. He was lucky that he had encountered Jiang Xiao. If it were anyone else, they might really lose their ability to fight after a few minutes of dealing with Xiang Bai's signature star technique, the mantra star technique. Xiang Bai's infinitely elongated palm disappeared immediately, but the illusory giant palm had already been pushed out. God! Teleportation. At the next moment, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Xiao, who was supposed to be defending and attacking, actually took the initiative to fight. Not only did he take the initiative to fight, he even walked towards Xiang Bai's face. Medical star weapon. A head-on confrontation. He wasn't being arrogant, but rather he was too strong. The illusory palm shadow that was pushed out by Xiang Bai even pushed out more than half of the arena and hit the metal cage at the bottom line, causing it to crack and tremble violently. However, none of that had anything to do with Jiang Xiao. He had already entered the sound of silence and slashed down with his sword. Screech! The sharp tip of the giant sword drew a large hole in Xiang Bai's national team uniform, but his body remained unscathed. The blade slid across his tan skin and even created some sparks. Under the huge force, Xiang Bai staggered 2 steps back. At the next moment, The giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand suddenly left his hand and spun towards Xiang Bai's head. Ding! The tip of the blade collided with Xiang Bai's huge, curly-haired head, and a slightly ear-piercing sound was heard through the mini microphones that the two of them were wearing. The spinning giant sword was blown away, and Jiang Zhao stepped forward and punched the handle of the sword that was spinning rapidly. His timing was terrifyingly accurate. Even without the help of green glow, Jiang Zhao's control of the power of knocking the giant sword was terrifying. The spinning giant sword was blown away again and slashed at Xiang Bai's head. Even though the blade couldn't penetrate his skull, the heavy blow made Xiang Bai feel a little dizzy. Xiang Bai, who staggered backward, and Jiang Zhao, who was charging forward, walked out of the sound of silence. Jiang Zhao moved his body to the left, and the spinning giant sword seemed to be connected to Jiang Zhao by a transparent thread. The giant sword that had been blown away flew back into Jiang Zhao's hand. What a marvelous skill! Such a strange and exquisite technique suddenly appeared in front of the global audience, leaving them dumbfounded and mesmerized. After all, the first time Jiang Zhao used the bouncing sword was during the national team's internal selection. The video was not released to the public, and there were only a few short clips in Mother Yang's report. "How can I win without giving you money?" While flicking the sword, Jiang Zhao hollered, "If I have money, I'll go eat skewers. Aren't those big kidneys fat? Aren't those grilled codfish fragrant?" The so-called god of war was now beaten to the point of losing his temper and was retreating in defeat. After walking out of the sound of silence, Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared behind Xiang Bai again. Green glow circulated on the giant's sword as he slashed down viciously. "God of war, huh? I'll show you how I win today." Chapter 559. Due to the lack of sound control in the venue, the words exchanged by the two of them were only recorded by the competition authorities, and the microphones did not transmit their words too loudly. Even the television stations of various countries had to wait for the competition authorities to sort out the audio before they could match the voice. However, Jiang Zhao roared the last sentence so loudly that the audience could vaguely hear it. The audience looked at each other in confusion. Jiang Zhao spoke in Mandarin and mentioned things like fat kidney, grilled codfish, and so on, leaving the foreign audience bewildered. The Chinese audience had an interesting expression on their faces. "What's this? He's fighting. You'd better be more serious. Why are you thinking about eating skewers while fighting?" This kid. No matter what the audience was thinking, the battle was still going on. Jiang Zhao instantly appeared behind Xiang Bai and slashed down with his giant sword. The slightly muddle-headed Xiang Bai adjusted himself after 2 attacks and was ready to knock away the giant sword that was bouncing towards him again. However, he discovered that Jiang Zhao had disappeared in front of him. Xiang Bai's reaction was extremely fast, and he was extremely experienced in combat. He made use of his natural reflexes to defend himself. "Little bastard." Xiang Bai's body stiffened as he spoke in a sinister voice. An illusory figure suddenly emerged from his body. It was another defensive star technique. It was not an illusory figure, but an illusory armor. Not only did Xiang Bai have an indestructible body that was similar to Body of Steel, but he also had a powerful star technique like Defensive Jacket. It was indeed not easy to be the Indian god of war. The green glow on the giant sword tore apart the illusory figure that shrouded Xiang Bai's body. The powerful impact was extremely obvious, but the repelling effect was gone. Jiang Zhao had already studied Xiang Bai's star technique thoroughly in the past few days. Of course, he was prepared and threw sound of silence at his feet. "Shut up." Xiang Bai did not turn around at all, and the star power gathered in his body became chaotic again after being smashed by sound of silence. The illusory seal star technique was once again sanctioned by sound of silence. Jiang Zhao then stabbed his sword towards the back of Xiang Bai's head. Ding! There was another ear-piercing sound, accompanied by sparks. Jiang Zhao looked at Xiang Bai, who was staggering forward, and the sword in his hand flew out again. The audience in the stadium had been silent for a long time. not to mention the foreign spectators from all over the world. Even the domestic spectators who had specially rushed over to support Jiang Shao were dumbfounded. Was this an attack? Was this a support versus a war god? Wasn't this a one-sided trampling? Is this the little poison healer using an extremely flashy method to crush his opponent? Ding! 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 The spinning giant blade flew out of his hand, and the tip of the blade accurately struck the back of Xiang Bai's head again and again. This suppression was like a mad dog. Not to mention Xiang Bai, who was getting beaten up. Even the audience was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. One step ahead, every step ahead. An outstanding Star Warrior must not only learn to create opportunities, but he must also grasp them. All that talk about fighting back and forth and being brilliant were all bullsh asterisk T. One stab to death was the truth. The dizzy Xiang Bai was hit by the giant blade in a frenzy. Compared to his forehead, the back of his head seemed to be more vulnerable, so was more likely to cause dizziness. Ding! Another ear-piercing sound rang out. Under the tremendous force of the giant blade, Xiang Bai's head felt heavy and his feet felt light. He plunged headfirst into the ground and fell headfirst. Fortunately, Curly Hair's head didn't plunge into the ground. Instead, due to inertia, Curly Hair's body flipped over and lay on grass. Unfortunately, Mad Dog Skin was here again. He did not give his opponent a chance to breathe, nor did he give the audience a chance to breathe. Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared directly above Xiang Bai's body and stepped on his Adam's apple. He did not step on Xiang Bai's face because Jiang Shao did not block Xiang Bai's line of sight. Immediately after, Jiang Shao held the blade with both hands and stabbed it down forcefully. The audience was stunned, but the experts could tell that something was wrong. Jiang Zhao's attack had slowed down, but it was definitely not because he was tired. Judging from his series of battles just now, it was impossible for him to have made a mistake. Is Jiang Shao deliberately slowing down his attack speed? Why? Because Xiang Bai, who was lying on his back and feeling dizzy, could sense that a huge danger was approaching even though his brain wasn't working well. The pupils in his muddled eyes suddenly contracted violently. As he watched the giant blade stab down, an illusory figure armor appeared on his body once again. Jiang Zhao's eyes were burning with passion, and he smirked. I've been waiting for this star technique of yours. Xiang Bai's illusory armor not only increased his defense, but it also made him immune to repulsion. Once the repulsion effect of green glow was nullified, it would only have a strong striking effect. What was a strong strike? What was a diamond-level strike? Screech! Xiang Bai watched in disbelief as the giant blade that was wrapped in thick green glow pierced through Xiang Bai's steel-like chest. It was a merciless and lethal stab that was aimed at his heart. Indestructible body? Body of steel? Illusory armor? Send them all away. Send them all away. Jiang Shao stepped on Xiang Bai's neck and pressed the giant blade down inch by inch. He tilted his head and looked at Xiang Bai's trembling face. He said in English, "You, god of war, captain of the country, did you buy it with money? Did you say all that rubbish to me just now because of your own struggles?" Beep, 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 beep. A series of hurried whistles sounded and a few medical awakened Star Warriors scurried over. They activated their medical star techniques and yelled in English, "Pull out the blade, slowly, slowly." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and slowly pulled out the giant sword while the staff used the healing star technique on him. Crimson blood splattered and landed on the green turf. "Retreat! Retreat!" the referee exclaimed. China, Jiang Xiaopi. Victory! Victory! Plus 100 skill points. 100 skill points awarded for a single victory? It's indeed a World Cup level competition. Jiang Shao placed the giant blade on his shoulder and felt extremely comfortable. He then turned around and walked toward the iron cage at the side. In his line of sight was Fang Xingyun's charming face that was filled with pride and arrogance. Behind her, there was a sea of cheering crimson spectators. "We won! We won! Damn it, awesome! This swordsmanship! Damn it! This swordsmanship! What is this? What did I just see? China, China. Wan Ming's cheers could be heard from CCTV. Clean and direct. What a satisfying fight. We didn't see the international experts predict a huge victory. We didn't see the 50-50 chance that the domestic experts predicted. We saw a mad dog pressing down. Cough, cough. Yi Xuanyang cheered loudly and passionately. A good start. It's too shocking. This is a crushing victory. I can't imagine just how hard this child worked to be able to master such exquisite sword skills. It's unbelievable. Wan Ming touched the back of his head with one hand. He's the god of war recognized by the Indian national team. Yet, he was completely suppressed by Jiang Xiaopi. Xiaopi's battle plan is too targeted. This battle plan, this strange and exquisite swordsmanship, is definitely worthy of being included in textbooks. It should be recorded in educational videos. Yi Xuanyang was still immersed in her own thoughts. She murmured softly, "What kind of solid foundation does he need to have to support such superb skills?" It's undeniable that Jiang Xiaopi has amazing talent in using cold weapons. However, it's definitely not something that can be achieved with pure talent. It's hard to imagine what he has been through in private. In the camera, Xiang Bai was still surrounded by a group of medical star warriors who were continuously healing him. On the other side of the arena, Jiang Xiao had already walked to the front of the metal cage and casually stabbed the blood-stained giant sword into the ground. He then raised his right fist and gestured to the boiling sea of red in the audience. At the same time, Fang Xingyun also walked to the front of the metal cage and grabbed the wire mesh with one hand. Her eyes were full of admiration and admiration. "I'm proud of you, Xiaopi." Through the wire mesh, Jiang Xiao saw the admiration in Fang Xingyun's eyes. He moved closer to the wire mesh and said softly, "Thank you, me too." Fang Xingyun glared at Jiang Xiao and suppressed her excitement. During the interview later, keep a low profile. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Xiao humphed and said, "We have to fight back against such shameless people." "Teacher Fang, you're too kind." Fang Xingyun said sternly with a solemn expression, "This has nothing to do with kindness. We have to show the demeanor of our nation. Understand? You have to be obedient." Jiang Xiao smacked his lips helplessly and said, Okay, I'll be obedient. Don't be so noisy. I just won and you're already scolding me." Fang Xingyun was speechless. 10 minutes later, under Fang Xingyun's supervision, Jiang Xiao was interviewed by the reporters from the country. Beaming with joy, the male reporter exclaimed, "Congratulations, Jiang Xiaopi. You've won. You've made a good start for the Chinese national team." Jiang Xiao said, "Thank you." Teacher Fang, who was standing behind the camera, nodded after hearing his words. The male reporter asked, "What's your evaluation of this competition?" "Before the competition, many people didn't think highly of you," Jiang Xiao said. "The people of our nation are very supportive and tolerant of me. They've accepted the fact that I'm a support-type star warrior. Look at how many Chinese spectators rushed to the venue from afar to cheer for me. I want to thank everyone for their trust in me. I'll continue to work hard." Teacher Fang was even more satisfied and nodded again. The male reporter asked, "What's your evaluation of your opponent?" "Before the competition, people predicted that you would have a lower chance of winning because your opponent is the captain of a nation and is known as the god of war." Jiang Xiao said casually, "God of war? What god of war? I'm fighting a god of war." Teacher Fang's expression changed immediately. Jiang Xiao immediately snapped back to his senses and said, "Huh? Wait a minute. Cut this part. Don't broadcast it. I said the wrong words." The male reporter was speechless. Jiang Xiao frantically said, "This Xiang Bai is an outstanding star warrior. He has extremely strong defense and is indestructible. He also has the phantom armor with special effects. Complemented by the interference of the star technique, he can continuously attack the enemy and cause them to be confused. He also has long arms and legs. His attack range is large and can cover the entire venue. He's also extremely lethal. He's a star warrior with almost no shortcomings. He's indeed worthy of the title of God of War. I was really lucky to beat him today." The male reporter was speechless. The toxic healer leaned toward the microphone and added weakly, "Extremely lucky. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."